And welcome to day 2 of Global Time Attack here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Drift Atlanta. This is our 13th year back here in Brazelton, Georgia, enjoying this beautiful weather that our drivers haven't seen in years. If you missed day 1, we had a pretty exciting day, records broken, chases and classes, and overall, drivers just consistently going faster than they have. Joey, today it's 51 degrees outside. What do you think we're going to see compared to yesterday?
It's going to be an exciting morning for sure. Yesterday there was definitely a lot of cloud cover, and in the first couple sessions there was more of an overcast feel. And Cuban, you can stick your hand out the window there and tell me how much breeze there is, because that was one of the main talking points about the weather yesterday is the high wind and pretty much how it just kind of blew everything away in the morning and definitely warmed up in the afternoon.
Well, I really think that the people here in Group 3 are going to have the biggest trouble of all the sessions. There is zero wind. The sun is out. As you can see, it is trying to warm up the track, but it is 51 degrees. And everyone knows when you go out on a cold green track, it's going to take a while for those tires to actually want to start making contact with that pavement. So I think people in Group 1 in this first session are going to be in some pretty big joyous times, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see Group 3, Session 1 right now have a little trouble coming to terms with their cars.
We will find out. Usually, that sweet spot with the track temperatures and the air temperatures is, it is in the morning, but you do have to have enough ambient temperature to start to warm up that track. Usually, it's done by the sunshine. And if you're following along online, this is going to be the schedule today. We've had a 2-day event. We are on day number 2 here Saturday. We're kicking things off bright and early, 8 a.m. Already got the green flag, so run group number 3 is being released out onto the racetrack. We are going to be nonstop action all the way up until about 11:40 a.m. today. We're going to take a short break for lunch, only about 30 minutes, and then come right back to it with another couple hours of time attack session here once we get our bellies full. So trust me, stick around all day, whether you're in front of the screen or just getting to the racetrack. We're going to have cars going around literally all day.
It's going to be nice. And for those of you that were following us yesterday, you're going to notice that I said Group 3. Yesterday we ran 4 run groups. This is a constant here at Atlanta. We'll do 4 run groups on day 1, 3 run groups on day 2 to give an extra session. You're going to see one more session before lunch than you usually would. It's going to be groups 3 to 1. Same drivers, just consolidated down. If you're trying to find your favorite driver, what run group they're in, what times they've ran this weekend, make sure you check out racehero.io. Or the Race Hero app on your mobile device. That'll help you there. But as you can see, drivers are out there. Well, it really looks like they're more of tiptoeing around the track, but it does make sense. There's no reason to try to overcook your warm-up lap, especially on a session like this where there's a good chance your second and third flyer are going to be the best. No reason to put excessive heat into the tires. There is nothing worse than being on an ice cold track with tires that you've already burnt up just trying to get heat into them. So these drivers have been here before, a good majority of them. We're definitely going to see some flyers, and more than anything, I've spoken to quite a few of these drivers, and as they're on track, I will let you know how they feel about their days. But someone like Devin Hoffman, who's actually going down turn 12 right now to start her first flyer, she's been in the 34s here before, 35s I believe, but this is new setup. Everything has changed on the car, so she's just trying to get confidence in herself and the car to try to lay down a nice fast lap. So we'll see how they lay it out, and we'll go from there.
And talking about a lot of these drivers, not just in this run group, but really throughout the entire field, yesterday's theme was just go faster as the day progresses. So I think it's going to kind of stick to your point here, Cuban, that the first lap or two, just go out there, get everything warmed up. Remember, there's no point in kind of throwing it all away right at the beginning of the day. So just go out there, get warmed up for the first lap, and then get after it. Now, if you came prepared to the racetrack, you studied your video, you're right on top of things, and that's what your game plan is, sure, go out and execute your game plan. But just remember, things are kind of cold and fuzzy in the morning.
They are, and all you have to base your knowledge of the track on is how your laps yesterday went. And yesterday started about 17 degrees hotter. It's not as much as 20, 30 degrees. It's not a huge shift, but when you're starting almost 15 to 17 degrees colder and you don't have as much sun on the track, you can't base your first couple laps on what happened yesterday. These drivers are really going to have to adapt to the track and just see how the car reacts before they really start sending it.
Just from a lot of experience here at this racetrack, I think the key really is track temperature. And I mean, we're here in May, so the sun has been up for at least a little while now. And there are still some shaded spots on the racetrack that we can see from these awesome drone camera footage. But where I'm seeing the shade, I think it's okay. It's going down the straightaway into turn 6. It's going into the brake zone, into turn 10A right now. So right here into turn number 1, watching Kenseth in the Cadillac, that is perfect for me. We got sunshine on the racetrack. We got warmth. And actually, we got a car in the wall out there at turn number 1 exit that I saw just as the Cadillac went by. So we're going to have to check on that.
Got a quick glance of that, so we'll figure out what's going there. But it's really nice to see Logan Kenseth laying down a respectable first lap in such cold weather. Logan, of course, on those beautiful Rays wheels. Rays has been a supporter and a partner of Global Time Attack for quite some time. It does look like we have a BMW there out on the side. Nothing too serious. This is the downfall that we're talking about the weather being so cold. These drivers were laying laps yesterday. They know this track and how it feels, but if you get overconfident coming out of 12 and you think you can really push yourself into 1 on your first lap, it's really easy for the car to just push out from under you, maybe miss a little bit of a brake zone. We saw that happen yesterday also. Luckily, we have had no serious incidents here at Road Atlanta. Everything is still going great. These drivers are going to get themselves figured out, and we'll let you know what's going on from there.
It's almost eerily similar to the incident that we saw yesterday in turn number 1. So I think the big benefit here with Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is, guess what? This isn't their first day being a racetrack. Look at how beautiful the gravel traps are. They've got tire barriers exactly where they need to. The corner workers are right there with the yellow flag already out. I think I actually saw the black flag. So I think this session is going to be coming back into the pits to make sure we get that car out of an unsafe area. But usually, typically in turn 1, especially in the morning, it's just carrying a little bit too much speed in, just not having the grip warmed up in the tires, in the track maybe yet. And unfortunately, once you go off in turn number 1, you couple that with the morning dew, all that moisture in the grass. It's almost like it feels like the car accelerates once it gets off track, and then hopefully you're just kind of crossing your fingers before you reach that tire barrier.
I don't think it's feel like. I think the car actually does. I remember this historically speaking, but also looking at some in-car telemetry of just vehicles running, Road America, VIR, etc. You get a car on track and you'll look at the GPS data and they will gain 1 to 2 mile an hour when they go on the grass. It's like the grass sucks you in and your car just slides. There's no resistance. And if you've been on out of the grass, I know you've been out on the grass here in Atlanta. One of the hardest things to do is actually bring a car back on track from the grass. You naturally try to steer back, but you have to baby it so much. It's just a lot of things going on at once, and it can catch you off guard very quickly. Like I said, luckily we have everything here to combat that. You got grass straight into a gravel trap right there to try to slow you down as much as possible. They do give you that small grass runoff because truth is, if you don't only put a tire off and you can try to bring it back safely, that's better than immediately being in gravel that's going to suck you in and possibly pull you directly off the track.
And when we're talking about the gravel and the grass and everything, specifically at turn 1 here in Atlanta, I mean, they've done a beautiful job through the brake zone. If you go straight on, there is a ton of gravel to really slow you down. And then as you arc your way through the corner, it kind of transitions to a little bit more of a grass strip with the gravel more. Here's great drone footage there. The gravel is about 10 feet off of the edge of the grass there. So if you actually make it kind of turned into turn number 1, you can actually be in for a little bit of a rough ride if your speed kind of carries you out there to the grass. And there you see the tire marks. I think the driver should totally be fine. It is a nice, comfy tire barrier out there. The car didn't bounce off of the tires like what we saw yesterday. So it looks like a relatively soft impact over there.
And not to speak about this incident, the biggest thing people have to understand is You spend long enough on a racetrack, it's not about if you have an incident, it's about when. These drivers are absolutely pushing themselves in the vehicles to the limit, and things happen. You learn from it, you come back. I was lucky enough to speak to Kyle McHugh after his incident yesterday. Like I said on stream beforehand, I highly doubt this is going to affect his ability to come back, and he said the same thing. They'll fix it, they'll rebuild. Chassis is probably fine. It didn't look like any serious hit, and it was hard to tell from the drone footage, but you could see, and he clarified this because I asked him. It almost looked like he hit the front to the back, but he went completely sideways into the wall. So no severe impact on any corner, which is also really good. And I think the most important part that people really ignore the most is he's fine. Cars can be replaced, drivers cannot. So he's fine. He immediately started tearing parts off of his car to help Alan Ritten and Jackie. I believe he gave Jackie the tires off his car because they were fresher. Alan was having braking issues, so they tore the brakes off of his car to put it on Alan's. He didn't sit there and sulk. The second that he knew his weekend was over, he started helping out his PhD racing team, which is exactly what we're out here doing. What a lot of people don't realize, team or not, time attack drivers will pull parts off of their own cars and out of their own trailers to help competitors, because this isn't wheel to wheel. They want to beat someone, but they want to know they beat them when they were at their best. And that's the camaraderie and feeling you always get in these time attack paddocks. No matter whose series it is, it always feels like a competitor would rather help you beat them than beat you because you had a failure.
That's the whole paddock, really, is we're all out here because we're like-minded individuals, right? We all want to go fast. We all like race cars, whether it's drifting or time attack or just cool cars in general, hot rods, street cars, whatever, right? We all love them. That's exactly why we're here. So, yeah, I think that you'll find more often than not that even though they are all competitors trying to beat each other, they are also out there trying to help one another as we get this BMW officially pulled out of the wall. And as I expected, I didn't see any heavy damage. And even as they were pulling it out of the wall, you saw the driver able to turn the steering wheel. So that tells me, nothing's broken in the front end. There might be some bent parts and the alignment might not be perfect, but looks like they've got it started up and he's actually driving the thing away.
That's actually awesome. And people would ask the question why he didn't drive away on his own. When you're up against a tire wall, it sucks you in. If you hit it at anything more than a mile an hour, it kind of conforms to your car, and then you're on grass and you're on gravel. You're not going to get traction trying to reverse out of that. It does suck having to be pulled out of that area, but it looks like the car had nothing serious going on. He did drive it back. I'm sure he's going to do a little 50, 60% lap here, feel it out. This is the best time for him to feel for damage, obviously, but zero doubt he has probably a little bit of toe issue in the front, maybe some alignment issues in the back. We'll see if he's able to get it back out there ASAP.
Cuban, are you checking out Tow Mater out here? Look at this, the backwards driving from the flatbread. It is some nice driving right there, backing it right on up where he needs to be. Props to that tow truck driver.
You could tell this man has been working safety here in Atlanta for a very long time. And as you can see, these drivers are out here with their teams just looking them over. They're going to be sent right back out. That was a pretty quick black flag. They do have their whole session, so they should get a couple more laps in. They're going to wait for the BMW to complete his lap around the course to make sure he doesn't get stuck somewhere else. Because unlike the safety crew, no competitor is allowed to back this thing up or drive opposite direction on track. They're going to make sure he makes it all the way around before they send someone out, and then we'll get it rolling.
See all of the crew members down there, whether it be family members, team members, buddies helping each other out at the racetrack. And there is the green flag as we get the cars accelerating back out of pit lane and onto the racetrack here. A little bit of a puff of smoke there from one of the Hondas as they leave. Make sure you get everything up to temperature there. And yeah, even see the drivers with the thumbs up out the window. I think everybody's ready to get back on track.
And hopefully they all understand the track is now hot. This isn't a warm-up lap situation. They need to get out there and just immediately start laying flyers. Unlike the warm-up lap, if you're going slow on this lap, the person behind you can pass you. And for those of you wondering what I mean, we set you up in a speed index here. It's up to the main driver to set the pace of 70 to 75%, and then everyone behind needs to keep their gap. you cannot pass the car in front of you on a warm-up lap. It's just how it is. So you need to keep your gap instead of getting antsy. But if someone goes slow right now and are trying to make a gap or whatever, they're going to hurt themselves because the driver behind will absolutely pass you to get their laps in also. It does look like they are at full song. It looks like Devin is going down the back straight right now. Her team sent me a message when she came back in letting me know that she was really starting to feel the car. She held back a little bit for a couple reasons. One is obviously Formula Drift was yesterday. They weren't sure how the traction is in the braking zone. But more than that, it was cold outside, and everything that we're being told from these drivers is there is a little bit lack of grip, but nothing serious. A little bit of heat in the tires is going to make a big difference. So we'll see what kind of lap times they lay down.
I think we were just getting a shot with that BMW that was had a little extracurricular activity finally making it back into the paddock. And yeah, we got the cars on the back straightaway already, and even coming through turn 12. I believe this is the Subaru leading the field here. Devin Hoffman starting their first flying lap one more time here. This is run group number 3, session 1 here on Saturday morning at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Really just getting everything going so far. The fastest time of the day has been Logan Kenseth in that silver Cadillac, the number 421 out there, put down a 139.0. But I can tell you, yesterday that Cadillac did a 138.4. So everything is just going to be getting faster from here on out.
If the weather stays as static as it did yesterday, I think we're going to see fast laps throughout the entire day. Yesterday we started out with a green, damp track. The weather did completely miss us, but later in the night, before the event, we did see rain out there. So the track was a little moist. Drivers had to drive, make the dry line. The sun had to dry the car out. And second and third session, cars were going fast. I think if we see the same kind of development of the track as we saw yesterday, we're going to see some really fast lap times immediately in this first session, followed by faster times as the sessions progress. There is absolutely no wind right now, Joey, none whatsoever, which is kind of crazy to me because a static air here at Road Atlanta is not very common. And we have Devin sub 40, a 137.612. She absolutely did find the confidence. Her team was not kidding. She came out here and immediately laid down a fast lap. And if she can pull 4 or 5 seconds off her first flyer, I think we're going to see some really good lap times out here.
Well, if we remember, at the end of the day yesterday, Devin improved the lap time to be the fastest lap of the day, and that yesterday was a 38.2. So you're right, already taken over half a second out of their fastest time yesterday, and still got probably about a handful of minutes left here in this session. So, and the other thing is, yesterday, these cars, the run groups, they only had 3 sessions apiece. With that consolidated down to only 3 run groups now instead of 4 yesterday, they actually get an additional session.
That's the big thing about consolidation. It gives everyone one more session. You're never going to run 100 cars here at Road Atlanta. You're never going to run 100 cars anywhere. But the fact that the field is small, we're always between 40 and 60-ish cars. Even with 60 cars here, 3 run groups, it's comfortable, and now that these drivers have had so much of the track to themselves, adding a couple cars makes no difference. We've seen 0 traffic on track. We have Logan Kenseth with a 138.496. He's starting to get back up to pace. Rob Wilmuth with a 138.014 while we were talking about something else. Devin is about to finish another flyer. This is what I love about Road Atlanta. There's really no lack of pace of cars coming past the start finish, or lack of pace in Devin, because she went from a mid 37 to a 36.0.
A great improvement for sure, and I think that as long as the driver keeps their head screwed on right and focused, just keep on doing what you're doing, because it's obviously working. You're shaving lap time off, and if the driver is feeling good, give them that confidence. Get on the radio and say you're doing a great job out there. You can even give them the facts. I'm sure that they've got a lap timer in the car to say, hey, this is exactly what you're doing. The driver knows they're improving. So just keep the positive momentum, right? Sometimes that's just what the driver needs to hear, is some encouragement, some helpful coaching to keep pushing them along the way.
Well, and it's great to see if you're on Race Hero When you open it up, you'll see that the last lap and the best lap are on here. If their last lap was also their fastest lap, it stays green with the fastest of the session being purple, and every single driver is on a faster lap on every single lap they're doing. I'm sure we'll see that drop off by the end, like Brandon Luthi went a little slower, but it looked like he did a cool down. Nothing wrong with cooling it down for one more flyer. But we saw lap after lap of consistently faster driving, which means these drivers are not only getting more confident. Let's see if the weather's gone up about 3 degrees, so we're up to about 55, 56 degrees out. Still plenty cold. These engines are going to be very happy, and if this sun just does his job warming up the track, I think we're going to see some incredibly fast lap times, with now Devin down to a 35.8. She told me herself that she wasn't happy and she was going to push it, and I guess she meant it.
Yeah, you know what kind of concerned me just a little bit though. There's kind of a twitch coming through turn number 12, and then I saw just a little bit of what I looked like maybe a little bit of smoke out the underside of the car on the front straightaway there. So hopefully it's nothing to worry about, and maybe it was just some residual stuff left on the track. But always, whenever you're pushing the limits, you also got to keep one eye on those gauges. Make sure the machine is nice and happy underneath you. The last thing you want to do is go out there and accomplish so many of this great things that you've basically set towards yourself for the day, and then have an unfortunate mechanical error that is completely out of your hands. So hopefully that Subaru doesn't have anything going on with it, and as we're getting some drone camera footage already getting the fans out there in the turn 10A, 10B complex. So I know that the sun is nice and bright, and the weather might be a little bit chilly right now, but I'm looking here in the next couple hours, it should be warming up a good solid 10 to 15 degrees. So I think everybody is just going to get happier as the day goes on.
Across the board. And you know what? The sun being out is great. It's a crisp sun, though. How do I explain that? That sounds like the silliest thing I've said in my life. It's cold outside and the sun is out, but the sun is not doing enough to make me not want to put a sweater on yet. So that tells me that it's also not warming up the track severely either. It's starting to put its imprint down. The track is starting to absorb these rays, but I think it's still going to be a little bit before we see a completely happy racetrack.
We do officially have the checkered flag here on the first session of the day. That was run group number 3. It was led by Devin Hoffman in that number 145 Subaru with the fastest lap time of a 135.8. And I mean, that is a monster of a lap time for Devin. Yesterday, I mentioned a fastest time of a 38.2. So taking a couple seconds plus out of it. Great way to start out the day for the street class. Rob Wilmoth in the number 151. That was a limited class car out there with the fastest time of a 38.0. Logan Kenseth in that Cadillac was able to go to a 39.3. That's a street class car. Brandon Luthi in an enthusiast class car with a 144.0. Mark Matiak with a 146.9. Druv Basov in a 147.2. Jose Sanchez, 147.3. Javier Torres, 151.4. And Spencer Matiak at a time that's I'm not going to mention because it was just a little bit of a warm-up. Make sure that the driver in the car is up to temperature for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. He got that quick in and out. 14:31. As we said, we grid on the outside of the front straight. There is no timing and scoring loop on our side. So if someone does a warm-up, comes in and then does another warm-up to start a lap, you're only going to see the amount of time since they went across start finish, where Indy and Petit Le Mans and anything else that races here, they pit on the inside where there is still a timing and scoring loop, obviously, because when you pit, you don't want to lose a lap. So people will always ask how you could possibly get a lap time like that. Well, it's because we pit on the outside that allows our drivers to use the paddock on this side, where the other paddock is being used for Formula Drift. Meanwhile, we do have Group 2, Session 1 starting to line up, and I'm sure Robert Rushton feels odd because he was leading his run group every single time, and now he's in the middle. Robert, of course, who reset the enthusiast overall record, he did hold the enthusiast front-wheel drive, but the overall was held by our own Jonathan Wheeler, who is now in street class. So it's good to see him improving. I think with how good this track is today and how they're not going to be dealing with any rain or any weather condition, we're going to see those lap times continue to drop.
We're going to find out soon enough here as all of the cars are starting to get gridded up down there at pit exit right before they go out onto the racetrack. And yeah, things are continuing to warm up, which means, yeah, there's just going to be more and more speed for the drivers. You mentioned it yesterday. I think that the highlight of this group, definitely Robert Rushton out there and that Honda Civic Type R, setting that enthusiast class record for everybody for reference, right? A 134.481. That was that lap record for the class. We're going to keep an eye on Robert, see if he can maybe drop it down into the 33s, kind of put his foot down on it.
The first of the A90s we'll see for this weekend. And I'm really hoping that the vehicle that Jackie Ding was competing against for first place does not have an engine issue, Mr. Ritten. Main reason being they were so close and there was no confirmation that it was a motor issue. They had a couple things that it could have been, and I'm really just going to sit here and hope that it wasn't anything that's going to be catastrophic. It does look like we have Jonathan Wheeler there. We didn't see much of him yesterday. His car did blow off a supercharger belt and they had to get another one. It is the downside of superchargers. They are belt driven and obviously they're very specifically sized, so if one of them breaks or something happens, you can't just immediately run to AutoZone and pick up another one. It's not something that's just going to be laying around.
Just want to make sure we give him a shout out. It's Alan Patton there with that Toyota Supra. Just want to make sure get his name right there as we get everybody still lining up on pre-grid here. Some of them still pulling off of the racetrack and into the paddock, and some of them just waiting patiently to get out there. And Cuban, you're always so good at this with how we release the cars out on the racetrack. Going from 4 run groups down to 3 means that the smallest run group yesterday only had about 6 cars, and now we're looking at one with double that. It got about 12 cars going out here.
Well, and luckily, like I said yesterday, like we've always discussed, these cars are gridded on speed index, not classing. It would suck to be gridded by classing because sometimes people have to get bumped up and their car isn't at the same speed index as another car. So we have, say, 40 cars here. We actually will go from fastest to slowest. We'll split them on those run groups, and then we will put the fastest of said run group in the front, the slowest in the back. Seems pretty simple, right? That makes sense. There's a second part. Uncle Tony right there, who's at the very front with his headset on. He is going to wait for race control to give him the green light, and then he's going to release that first car. He's going to count somewhere between 10 and 15 to whatever his internal timer is for the day, and he's going to release the next car. Every single driver was told in the driver's meeting yesterday and the driver's meeting today that they are absolutely have to stick their gap and stick the same mile an hour as the car in front of them. So the lead driver is going to set the pace. The secondary driver is going to be right there behind him at whatever the gap is, and we'll just keep going from there. So Tony will release the first car, count, release the next car. By the time that the last car is released, the first car should be somewhere on the back straight, which gives them easily 2 laps of unimpeded driving, assuming nothing happens. We have an incident in turn 1, someone has a mechanical, that's always going to hinder you no matter where you're released. But realistically speaking, this makes it so you get 2 solid flyers of no one in your way. Good news is if you have to do a cool down early, these drivers are very smart about where to go fast and where to go slow, so the odds of you hitting someone somewhere where you get impeded are very low. But you do want to lay your fast lap on those first 2 laps because this is where you've been set up to succeed.
Make sure all those CSF radiators are keeping the cars nice and cool as we're just patiently waiting for everybody to be released out on the racetrack here, and then get to stomp on that pedal just like Cuban was saying, and really get everything up to temperature on that outlap. Everybody's going to be doing the same thing. Everybody's got the same goal in mind when they get released out there on the racetrack. And I think we're probably about another 1 minute, maybe about a minute and a half from releasing these cars on time. Just, we mentioned it a few times yesterday. Just a huge shout out to the entire Global Time Attack staff and making sure everything is still run on schedule. All of the competitors know exactly what's going on at all moments of the day. And then also a huge shout out to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with their safety crews and making sure that everything stays going out there on track.
There we go. Now the track has decided we can release the cars. This could have been a timing thing. We have a lot of insight into what the track is doing, obviously, but I'm not going to knock on the window next door and ask what every decision they make is because they might kick me out of the tower. We do see drivers who have consistently gone faster. I was talking to our good friend and Attacking the Clock Racing in his Datsun, and the reason that Tony and him had the hood off of his car on the grid is his alternator failed. And it's not as simple to find an alternator for that car as you think because it was an amalgamation of parts. So we thought it might have been a Corvette alternator. I think it actually turned out to be a Cadillac CTSV alternator. So it looks like they found one yesterday at a parts store and were able to get it back ready to go today.
Getting all of those cars, I believe there goes that Honda just taking off up the hill into turn number 1. I believe that was Robert Rushton. Remember, folks, that was the enthusiast class record breaker yesterday, so make sure to keep an eye out for that Honda Civic Type R here in run group number 2. It's the only Honda that I see on the entry list that's going to be going out there, so keep an eye on that driver and car.
A lot of these drivers too. Some people were running into small issues yesterday, and a lot of these drivers are great. They don't complain. They just kind of put their head down and push through. And when we see these drivers who are running into small issues yesterday show up today and lay down fast laps, it just shows you the true pace. And that's what we're excited to see. It does look like we have the last car going on track. If I'm not mistaken, that would have put the lead driver somewhere on the back straight. I'm guessing from just pulling it out of thin air, we're going to see a car coming down turn 12 in the next 17 seconds.
Doesn't take too long at all to get around this racetrack, especially up at speed. And here comes the first one. One of the Supras screaming down the front straightaway and up the hill into turn number 1. So I believe that's Anthony Pearson kicking things off here for run group number 2. And seemed pretty stable through turn number 1 there. Got the green flag at start finish being waved. So it's time to get a move on.
Yep, Anthony Pearson followed by Sean Bassett, and then Michael Sims, who just continuously went faster in that Porsche. It does look like Joshua Biggs in his K-Series Miata is coming in, so they're going to have some kind of issue with that car, and then as soon as they can get back out, they will. Next person across start finish is going to be Mr. Jonathan Wheeler in his 370Z. Fresh street class entry, and chasing him is the person who just dethroned his enthusiast class record. That's going to be Robert Rushton. And these guys are all friends, you know, a lot of people are, but I bet you if Robert can beat Jonathan Wheeler overall here, though they're in different classes, that is some internet drama and poking we're going to be listening to for the next 6 months online. So I live for that kind of stuff. I want to see Robert really push his car. I obviously want to see Jonathan do the best he can. He's a great dude. He supported the series forever, but you know, having that little bit of internet poke is going to feel great.
Also got Adam James in that nice baby blue BMW starting some laps, and Adam had a terrific day yesterday. I feel like I'm going to be repeating myself a lot, but just several of these drivers and all of the notes that I've taken down, they got faster and faster and faster throughout the day yesterday. So they really ended the day on a high note and came into day number 2 here kind of ready to start things off as couple of the cars kind of tripping over themselves going into turn number 1 there. So already a little bit of a busier racetrack than what we saw yesterday. Didn't have to deal with any of that. Maybe other than kind of some of those crazy cars going real slow on one of their cool down laps. But for the most part, everybody is extremely respectful and knows exactly what's coming up in their mirror. They are not there to interfere with another competitor's lap. If they can get out of the way, they will do so.
And I didn't want to cut you off, but I'm going to let you know that Anthony Pearson just went 3 seconds faster than he did yesterday. He did a 32.0 yesterday, did a 29.9. Sorry, 2.1 seconds faster than he did yesterday on his first lap. We have Sean Bassett with a 34.6. His fastest yesterday was a 32.3, so he's still getting up to speed. But it just shows us the speed the track has right now. Kevin Parlet's personal best is a 34. I know that just from history. And looks like we have Robert Rushton. First lap of 48. That is going to be well behind his pace. And if I'm not mistaken, he was actually gridded up in front of Kevin. But whatever happened with him should be resolved. Maybe he has to get a little bit more heat in those tires. Maybe he just made a big mistake and decided to cool it off down the back and then start another flyer. But first person out there, Anthony Pearson, he took full advantage of being the first guy out, having that fresh air and pulling over 2 seconds off his fastest lap from yesterday.
As we get all of the cars still making their laps here. We are early in the morning. Watch one of the Datsuns come screaming down the hill. I believe that's Sean Bassett just putting down a 33.4. So still got a little bit more time to go, and he's just creeping his way up there. I see Michael Sims a 32.95, and I mean, hey, that's faster than what he went yesterday. Yesterday was a 32.97, so just barely squeaking it in, but hey, it is still faster.
Hey, listen, faster is faster. 32.952, Michael Sims, Sean Bassett, 33.4. Kevin Parlet, he has more left in that car, and whatever the issue is, I hope they get that figured out quickly. Not that there is an issue, but the car is pretty similar, and they went faster last year. So it could be something as simple as they changed a couple setup things, and it didn't go the way they wanted, and trying to reverse your setup after an event has started is hard, but they're in the 35s now, 35.323. Robert Rushton right behind him with 136.048, so he's starting to get it. He's starting to get it also. Robert Rushton's fastest lap time was 34.481 yesterday, which is the overall enthusiast record.
Notice that Infinity G going by of Kevin Parlet. He's right on top of his lap time from yesterday, and I feel like with a lot of these cars, yes, I think the theme of Time Attack is go out there with your extremely aggressive setups and be able to lay down 1 or 2 laps, but it really just all depends on each car, right? Some cars are a little bit more, I don't want to say mild, but able to go a few more laps than some of the other higher strung or maybe more aggressive cars. And I feel like this specific run group has some cars that can go out there and just consistently turn laps. It's up to the driver to say, hey, you know what, this lap is a throwaway. Maybe I want to cool things down. But for the most part, some pretty good lapping going on. Awesome drone footage as these cars go down through the S's here at Road Atlanta. I think when we talk about iconic corners, the S's is exactly Road Atlanta's feature down here. Some really cool turns and really iconic races, but when you think of Road Atlanta, you always think of that downhill shot of the train of cars streaming their way down the S's. As I believe Kevin Parlet just put down a 33.9, so he officially has gone faster than what he did yesterday by 1.1 seconds. The theme just continues.
Well, and he went faster than he did last year, but also we have Robert Rushton back in the 34s. So we have Anthony Pearson now at a 28.8. His fastest yesterday was a 32.0. We have Michael Sims at a 32.7. That is a faster lap than yesterday. We have Kevin Parlet not just going faster than yesterday, but going faster than he's been here, period, in that car. Robert Rushton is a few tenths off. Sean Bassett at a 33.355. This track is happy. For those of you in the paddock waiting for Group 1, for the drivers who are getting hyped and psyched, everybody's going faster right now. You know, it's funny that we're talking about weather and speed because This is something that Jackie Ding and I have spoken about in the past. He says every 10 degrees here is worth a second in his car. And it sounds silly, but what you have to understand about it is Jackie Ding's car shouldn't technically be running. The temperatures of that thing when he sets record laps make no sense. This guy has oil temps into the 8 millions. That's a joke, but he has seen 300-degree oil temps. He's seen 270-degree coolant temps. He's seen intake air temps that are the temperature of the sun, and he still sets a record. So every 10 degrees here makes his car that much happier. And when he says 10 degrees is worth about a second here, I believe him. And it's almost 20 degrees cooler than his fastest lap from yesterday.
Well, we are just about to find out. That run group is still another, call it 10 plus minutes out. So I think Jackie Ding is probably going to be strapping into his car and getting ready to go out, get the shots of that number 4 Infinity. That was Kevin Parlett bringing it back into the paddock here with Robert Rushton starting another flyer. That was a cool down lap that he was just on, so a little bit off the pace, and now he's got the hammer down in that Honda, and I actually kind of saw a little bit of an attitude change going there into turn number 1. Pretty typical of front-wheel drive cars, and just kind of turn with the front and let the rear end hang on for dear life.
Well, that's the front-wheel drive life, and if you've ever met Robert Rushton, he is absolutely a walking attitude. He's a great guy. If you've ever seen our joking online, he screams convertible Camaro energy, but he's a Honda guy, and I live for that man. So he's a great dude. His team is just so down to earth. You ever met someone who goes fast and has no ego? That's him and his team. So when I see them just consistently working on the car and going fast, and he has a great crew. He doesn't even have all of them here. When we were at COTA, he had a whole bunch of people with him, some Texas locals, also some people who have competed with us in the past who sadly couldn't make it here to Atlanta. So he's running a pretty small team here this weekend, and for him to do that and still continuously go fast and set records, if you have a chance, talk to him in the paddock. He actually has every record he's ever set on the back window of that car, and it's super awesome to see. He's about to add another sticker to it right now, which, unless somebody pulls a rabbit out of a hat, we're not going to see someone overtake Robert Rushton, but that's the best part about these events. We might. Speaking of Mr. Rushton, let's see if this lap that he lays down right here is going to be faster than his lap from yesterday. He just went down 12, about to cross start-finish line. Let's wait for timing and scoring to keep up. And he himself has started to really get comfortable with that new suspension, because he just put 2 tires over the inside of 12, which he was doing last year all year long. And it looks like it's about a half a second slower. So he may have found the edge and the limit of the tires for this session. But the fact that he immediately went out there and did a 34 in the very first session of the day where the track was still green, that bodes very well for this man and his chance to take that enthusiast record even lower, possibly even into the 33s.
When I look at the hard data of what's kind of being presented on the racetrack, I think the track is getting faster, right? Between the sunshine, the track temperature is warming up, the ambient air temperature continues to rise, so it's going to go from a little bit of a brisk morning to a nice, cool brunch time. So if you're out there in the stands, maybe go grab a mimosa if you got access to one. Have a good time out there. But it's just going to continue to get faster. Now, the one unknown is we don't know what tires that these drivers are on. They could have had sticker tires yesterday to set their fast lap, and they could be on old tires here this morning. For example, Robert Rushton hasn't gone faster yet. So that tells me maybe the tire is different than what he ran yesterday. Maybe the fuel level is a little bit different just to start the day out. Maybe he's got the thing filled up. But there are a couple unknowns. The general theme, everybody's going faster, but it still does matter what your game plan is, what your equipment is that you brought to the track, and how you can execute your fastest laps of the weekend.
Well, and more than that, the classing tells a lot. Most enthusiast drivers are not showing up with 3 sets of tires or 2 sets of wheels. A lot of them drive to the track. So for Robert, he probably has 1 set of tires for this weekend. I know he brought 2 to COTA, but most people, you make the trek to COTA, you're bringing everything you can. You get higher in classes, and you do tend to find spares. Like you heard me earlier say that I believe Kyle McHugh gave Jackie Ding his wheels and tires, so he had a fresher set to go on. But you get into the unlimited class, you get into limited class. These are areas where people tend to bring more spares, where they'll have a set of stickers for Friday, a set of stickers for Saturday. Or, truth be told, we're all privateers and budget racers. They'll have their stickers, they'll have their tires from the last event for Friday and stickers for Saturday. That's probably the most common thing you see. They'll come with tires with some heat cycles on them for the first day, put the stickers on for the second day, or when they feel that they have the best opportunity to lay down that fast lap. And that's gambling, because if you do the first day and after the first session you say, I think I'm ready, and you put stickers on and don't lay it down, you're now on those tires for the rest of the event when you could have had those fresh tires for all of day 2.
Just all up to everybody's strategy and how they approach the weekend. And the other thing you got to keep an eye on it is just the overall forecast and when the temperatures are going to be ideal to set those fast laps. And yeah, when you look at the general facts, it's going to be morning session. It's going to be pre-lunch when things are in optimal conditions. That's when the engineers are pointing at their laptop and say, hey, look, this is the time to go. The car is capable. The equipment is capable. This is the time. But it doesn't always work out that way. The drivers sometimes work up to it. Sometimes the car isn't feeling perfect in turn number 3 or going down into the brake zone in turn 10A. You might have a little bit of an uneasy feeling on that pedal pressure. So not everything always lines up the way that it's supposed to, but theoretically, by the book, this first, or I should say the morning here, we should see a lot of these times fall.
It does look like Anthony Pearson has not set another flyer since his 28, but I would be ecstatic too if yesterday I did a 32 and I came out session 1 and did a 28.8. That's another vehicle that may only have one set of tires, so running 10 laps in every session is definitely not conducive to him going fast. For anyone who hasn't tracked a vehicle before, every lap you do after a tire has started to fall off just starts to eat up the tires. And it's fine in an HPDE day. That's why you go. You want to get experience. You want to learn the car. But this is a competition. You didn't sign up here to do 20 laps a session. You signed up here to try to set the fastest lap you can per session and go back out. Going out there and just making yourself get stuck after doing 10 laps in a session because you were driving in anger and then having no tires under you for when the car is ready to go faster is painful. So seeing him out there laying down 3 laps going fast is great. Michael Sims with a 132.291 in the 32s. Sean in the 33s, even better. Kevin Parlett in the 33s. Robert in the 34s. Adam James in the 34s. Very impressive that Robert Rushton has found himself ahead of Adam James in this session in that beautiful M2. Kyle Gurney with a 37 in his Volkswagen, Taylor Maciak with a 37.6, and Jonathan Wheeler with a 12-minute lap. He obviously came in, had it checked out, and then I'm not sure if we saw him go back out and finish another lap after he went across start-finish, so hopefully the supercharger belt issue isn't happening again, because that would be indicative of something like a tensioner going bad or a pulley being misaligned, and that would be so painful to come all the way out here for a weekend and then run into that.
Believe it's Kyle Gurney in that white Volkswagen Golf R still doing a bunch of laps out there, and I think maybe it's Adam James in that baby blue BMW M2 that they're kind of running together out there on the racetrack, headed down towards turn number 5, making their way through the S's right now. I believe those are the only 2 cars still currently lapping here in group number 2, their first session of the day. We still got group 1 to come up, and I think that's where a lot of the names, if you follow Time Attack, if you follow this stuff on social media, you'll recognize the names Jackie Ding, Mike Dussault, Ferris Cardamy. The big boys are about to be coming out and playing here in a handful of minutes.
They do have about 2.5 minutes left in the session, but I think we have seen everybody lay down a lap they're extremely happy with. And you know what, this is what a really good Time Attack event looks like. It does look like we have Adam James ready to go for another flyer. It's been quite a bit of time since he's gone around. It was a 35-1, so he was actually still on a flyer, but I think he has found the limit of his tires and the grip, because he's consistently in that 35-ish range when the car is capable of being mid to low 34s. It is a beautiful car to watch. Those BMW M2s are planted. It's something that was a real pleasure to watch Jackie drive his at Coda. But more than anything, it was just great to see this event where drivers are out there and immediately trying to lay fast laps. They're immediately trying to go fast, and they understand that 1-2 laps, bring it in, have the car checked, 1 or 2 more, and then wait for the next session. You're not going to get much more out of the car after 4 or 5 laps on this track.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術を全てのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
It is such a beautiful day here in Braselton, Georgia at Michelin Raceway Road to Atlanta. We have 2 run groups done, 1 run group left here in session 1 of day 2. We're seeing drivers significantly decrease their lap times, people going faster, cars looking smoother. Obviously, the temperature is starting to ramp up a little bit. It looks like we're now in the 57, 58 degree range, which isn't bad. It's about to be 60 within this session. So 60 degrees, I believe our very first session yesterday actually started at 66, 67, and it had rained and it was overcast. So it's a nice crisp day out here. Sun is warming up the track, but more than that, the tires and these drivers have been putting heat into the racing line. So I feel this run group, this session, we're going to see some fast laps.
Speaking of this run group, this does include those unlimited class cars, max effort GTX, and then we also have some street class cars, but those are those highly modified Toyota Supras out there, including Jackie Ding. Anthony Pearson should be out there as well in this Supra. So I think that if you like the sights and sounds of some heavily modified machines, this is what everybody's been waiting for. If Ferris is out there, that's a twin-turbo Corvette. Mike Dussault in that amazing Camaro out there. So I think that there's some really neat stuff going on. Even Ray Guerrero in that GT2-based Pikes Peak hill climb car. These drivers typically are a little bit more stringent in how they warm up their machines. The cars are a little bit more on edge with the tires that they got underneath them, the alignment settings, everything that they need going to make these laps go. They're just a little bit more picky in how everything gets laid down. But Mike Dussault comes and crosses start-finish line, so the Camaro will be the first car to put down a flying lap, and everybody, their fastest lap yesterday, a 1:23.9 9. So one of the fastest cars, I believe it was the second fastest car that we had lapping around this place all day yesterday. The only person to go faster, I believe, was Ferris. So let's see if Mike Dussault can continue to drop that lap time.
Well, and I have great news for you guys. Alan Patton did cross start finish behind Jackie Ding. Their lap times yesterday was Jackie with a 1:27.112 and Alan with a 1:27.134. The closest competition in class we had, which is fantastic. Mike Dussault did a 23.9 yesterday, and the max effort record is a 23.7. He's 2/10 off of that. Johnny Sachowski just came into the pits in his Mazda Miata, so obviously he's having some kind of issues. Ray Guerrero did a 1:30.9 in his Porsche GT2 RS, and it looks like their car has more in it, and he's got more in himself to get out of that car. We did see Alexander Gallardo in his Unlimited class LSG 350Z. He's ran a 1:31.369, but he's ran a 29.1 here in the past. So meanwhile, while we were talking about those cars, Mike Dussault is about ready to cross start finish for his first flying lap. He just did a 24.4, so he's still warming up, getting into it. I'm more interested in the next two cars that are coming. Can Jackie Ding reset the record? Can Alan Patton go faster than Jackie Ding? It does look like Jackie's pulled a little bit of a gap here. You know what he's looking for. He's looking for anything faster than a 25.7. He just did a 26.5, which is great. That's over half a second faster than his fastest lap yesterday. And we have Alan Patton with a 1:25.893. He is a little over a tenth away from the record. Alan who has stated that he learned to drive a Supra from Jackie Ding, has now gone faster than Jackie Ding. With the help, of course, of Kyle McHugh and Jackie himself with the issues yesterday, this is really coming to be a battle between the two Supras in street class.
I think that Alan Patton definitely deserves some credit. I mean, that lap right there, 0.6 faster than the next fastest Supra. So we'll just have to keep an eye and see if that number 606 continues to go faster. But Mike Dussault's first lap time was no slouch, a 1:24.4. That's only about a half a second off of what he ran yesterday. So if he's right there, already turning it up on lap number 1. And actually, I see a yellow flag from the corner worker out there in turn number 1. So usually that's representative of maybe a car having an issue. And I think that Mike Dussault already got that message because he was not on the gas as he came across start finish this last time. And it was actually still another 1:24.4. So maybe some problems going on with that Camaro. And now we've got a black flag out there at the corner station.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to find it, but we do have a black flag. That's going to be a car broken down somewhere where safety has to come and get them. There are pros and cons. We have sat here and told you about how good track safety is here at Road Atlanta, but they cannot go out on track and out of their vehicles until the track is clear. So they're going to get out there as quickly as they can, and as soon as all the other cars have come off, that's when they can get to work and do everything in their power to pull the car off. I hope it wasn't Alan Patton or Jackie Ding. I hope it wasn't anybody with a serious issue, to be honest with you. We don't ever want to see a serious issue here on track, but it does look like it's a turn 1 incident again. To go over it again, Mike Dussault with a 24.4, the very first lap of this session. Alan Patton with a 25.8. Alan is 1 second, and it is Alan Patton. Oh my goodness, I hope it's nothing too serious. He just laid down the fastest street class lap of the event, and it looks like he was trying to get into it even more. He is out of the vehicle. He's being talked to right now, so we are glad to see that there is no serious issue, but that is going to be the end of his event right there. That is super sad to see. I feel like Alan was absolutely in contention for the record. He was right there. Having Alan at a 25.8, he's barely a tenth off Jackie yesterday. Now the pressure is really on Jackie Ding to show he's still got it in that A90, because his 26.5 is nowhere in comparison to Alan's 25.8. We do have Ray Guerrero did lay down a 36.2 on his one flying lap, and then Alex Gallardo with a 36.8 on their one flying lap. This track safety is going to do everything in their power to get this car off track as quickly as possible. Once again, it is heartbreaking for Alan. That's not what you ever want to see happen out here on track, but I will preach this until I am no longer allowed to. Cars are replaceable, drivers are not. And funny enough, it looks like he possibly went into it with like the front corner and it slid him around. As soon as we get a little bit better shot at how the car looks, maybe it's something he can repair and get back out there, maybe not. But he should be incredibly proud of what he's been able to accomplish here this weekend.
Well, you can just see from the skid marks right there through the grass. And I mean, deja vu strikes 3 times out here. Yesterday with one of the Supras in the morning. Already earlier, with one of the BMWs into the wall a little bit shallower in turn 1, I guess. And unfortunately here, Alan Patton, the third car to make it to the wall in turn number 1. But they've all done the exact same thing, and that is run wide on the exit of turn number 1. They get into that grass, and once you're in that grass, you lose all front end grip, and you're really just kind of along for the ride. You can even see just kind of still the morning dew, the moisture is still over there. So the front wheels don't really do much, and you can see the impact right there where it had on the tire barrier, and actually where those pieces of tire have kind of actually bounced back out. So what I think happened is, just a driver's side impact, and then the tires just kind of bounced it back out into a perpendicular direction. And hopefully there's not too much damage. Usually when it bounces out like that, the tires didn't necessarily grab it. When the tires grab the car, that's usually when you see the more damage on the car. But I agree with you, Cuban. It's just the driver, as long as they are safe, that is all that matters when it comes to racetrack cleanup.
Absolutely, and it's something we never want to see, and I'm never going to sit here and guess. I'm not going to say what happened, but let's go over yesterday. Joey, how many laps in a row did we say that car's attitude looked like it was all over the place? Hard into the brakes in 1, reverse lockdown 12. He, as a driver, was getting every little bit out of the car, but there were times when he was going into 1 where the car was twitching, and I am just so incredibly impressed by his lap time. I'm just so incredibly impressed by what he has done in this car. To be someone who has said he learned how to drive A90s from Jackie's videos and his help, and to be, a good 0.7 of a second ahead of Jackie on track right now, incredibly impressive. He shouldn't take away anything negative from this weekend. What he should take away from this is he's absolutely got it, and when he can get this car back together and get back on track, he is a serious force to be reckoned with in the street class and on track in general. I'm so glad to see the kind of effort and work they've put in. I'm sad to see his weekend end like this, but once again, the best part about tracks like this, these tire barriers do a fantastic job of really eating the impact. You'd much rather hit this with your car and take a little damage than hit the wall that's behind it.
The safety crew has done a terrific job. Get that Toyota Supra, albeit a little bit wounded, up onto the flatbed, and they'll get that pulled back into the paddock. And I did see just maybe a little bit of damage, not uncommon. I think the splitter was off of the car, and that also just kind of is one of the things going up onto a flatbed. Sometimes that thing just needs to come off in order for the car to get up there. And definitely a little bit of front left damage, but I think the Supra will live to see another day on the racetrack. And once we get everything cleaned up and Tow Mater gets back into the paddock, we'll get the green flag back out onto the racetrack. And Cuban, watching this thing, I don't think that was nearly as heavy of a hit as what we saw out of the other Supra yesterday. The wing still looks level and intact. Granted, we can't see the left side of the car, but fingers crossed, right? You never want to have a bad day at the racetrack. It happens, but hopefully it's just a little bit more visual.
It's a big thing that I believe if that car is capable to go back on track, that it will. It just seems like the kind of attitude that team has. They're not the I give up kind of people, and if it is more cosmetic than anything, obviously the front splitter got torn off. It wasn't by choice that it came off being backed up. It was stuck in there, and obviously the mounting points had not survived per se, so they are going to have to figure out a little bit of a front aero thing there. But more than anything, if they can get that car back together and anywhere near where it was before, I think he has a chance to go even faster. But I feel like obviously whatever caused him to go off, they're going to want to make sure that that is figured out first. If it was a driver error, fantastic. That's good. That lets them know, hey, it was me. I know the mistake I made, and I can ratify that. But if it was an alignment issue, if it was something that is really making it difficult for the driver to keep control in the high speed sections, or even more so keep control where they're pushing it to the limit, that's obviously something that they're going to want to have alleviated also.
We are green flag out on the track, and about 12 and a half minutes into this run group, so just past halfway. There's still plenty of time for the drivers to get everything warmed back up and then go out there and do another hot lap. And quite honestly, with these cars, it might have been a little bit of a gift, because a lot of times these drivers will go out there and they'll do 1 or 2 hot laps and then have to bring the car back in, whether that's just the fuel level, whether that's temperatures of the tires, temperatures of just the operating fluid, make sure everything is still going okay for everything. So maybe this 5-10 minute break here actually allowed those drivers after their first hot lap to cool everything back down, and maybe they'll even still get to go faster now. In this run group here, we got Mike Dussault in the Camaro. Alan Patton out there. Unfortunately, he's not going to be finishing today's session, but he's still on the timing board. And already Jackie Ding coming in from an out lap out there. So a little strange there as we get one of the cars crossing the start-finish line. One of these monster Miatas. And Cuban, maybe you can explain a little bit more about what these monster Miatas really do, because it is not a little four-cylinder.
Well, that car, it's a max effort car for multiple reasons. It's not because it has an LS, okay, guys? It is a pushrod V8 car. It's a max effort class car because the front pickup points for the suspension have been modified. To stay within a traditional time attack class, you can't cut the factory suspension pickup points. That isn't to say that you have to use the factory suspension pickup points in unlimited class, but they have to be on the vehicle. So that vehicle has been modified in a way that takes it away from a traditional time attack class. But those cars, when running well and when everything is together and good, they absolutely fly. I feel like Johnny has not been having a weekend that is going to show the max capability of that vehicle, because he is a very well-known driver in the car. It's what he does. Johnny is just a known guy, but more than that, it comes down to he's been coming in a lot and not completing laps. So hopefully whatever's going on with that car, they're able to really lay down a flyer. But that is an LS powered custom suspension pickup point Miata that is just out here laying laps. And that's one thing about Miatas. They come with a car and a motor that's super reliable, and you put another motor like an LS that's, you know, making 300-400 horsepower. It's another incredibly reliable engine in a car that's just made to do laps.
Across the finish line here. Let's see what the first lap time of the Miata is able to do, a 132.2. So still a little bit of time to be able to drop out there. Ray Guerrero followed him by with a 33.1, and then the Infiniti back there of Alexander Gallardo. I'm sorry, not the Infiniti. The Nissan Z was able to put down a 33.1 as well. Sound the same. Same, but different, huh?
They're
These
similar.
beautiful
You could say
shots.
they're similar.
Yeah, I was just going to say, getting these beautiful shots, it's kind of convenient because the 3 or 4 cars that are out there are actually kind of all running together on the racetrack right now. So they're down there in the turn 6, turn 7 area, and they'll be standing on the gas and launching themselves down that back straightaway. And, you know, maybe we should see if some of Georgia's finest can stand out there at the end of the back straightaway and provide us some radar readings on how fast some of these cars can go, because we're taking guesses, and I think 160 miles an hour, certainly no big deal out of a lot of these cars. And in this specific run group, when you get Dussault out there, when you get Ferris out there, I think 180 miles an hour is plenty capable.
It's more than capable. Doing 180 down the back straight here. I don't think we see Ferris again, if you want my honest opinion. I don't know how much you know about, fuel pressure and how much a car needs per se, but Ferris was running into fueling issues before he came here, and he got new pumps in. It seemed to be running well, but he's seeing 20 psi fuel pressure at wide open throttle. There's absolutely something going on there, and the benefit of running good ECUs with safeties is they'll do everything in their power to adjust things like the fuel trim, adjust injector duty to get you out there and keep you going. But he said it himself. He was on his lowest horsepower map, and that 22 he ran, and the car was cutting out all around the track. So it's hard to believe we see Ferris back out there unless they figured out the issue. It's not worth risking the car and risking the engine to try to set a faster lap.
Streaming through Brazelton, Georgia, here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Almost checkered flag here on group number 1, their first session of the day. Still got a couple minutes remaining here before they officially get that checkered flag. Still Mike Dussault with that fastest lap time, a 1:24.4. Jackie Ding only put down that single lap time at a 26.5 in the Supra, so we still got Johnny Sachowski running out there in the Miata. His fastest lap is a 1:29.4 that last time around, and that's picking up the pace a little bit more there for Johnny. His previous fastest lap was a 1:28.9 yesterday, so maybe he'll continue to drop that time as Ray Guerrero goes to a 32.5.
It does look like they are getting comfortable in car, and the lap times are starting to drop. That is fantastic. Mike did not lay another lap yet. I don't believe he came back out, but Mike Dussault consistently with the 24.4s, which, as he knows, he's so close to that pro comp or max effort record that it's great to see him out there. Alan Patton with that 1:25.8, we probably will not see him again, but if you're out there, Alan, if you're listening in the paddock, if any of your team is listening, if anyone online is watching, we're so incredibly impressed with what you did this weekend. The lap times you laid down, the fact that you put Mr. TA90 in his place so far is probably one of the most impressive things I've seen here at Road Atlanta. So hopefully whatever it is, you guys get it figured out. If you can get back out on track, even better, but incredible job. We have Jackie Ding at a 26.5. He still has plenty of sessions today to get into the 25s where Allen is, or even get even lower to try to take that record back, which would be incredible.
So we see one of the cars make a pass on the back straightaway there. I believe that's Johnny in the Miata, just kind of on an in lap. That last lap from him in that blue and white Miata was a 1:31.9, so a little bit slower than his fastest lap. So I expect he's definitely on a cool down with Alexander Giardo going by him, as well as Ray Guerrero continuing to do laps. Get the Porsche by start finish here and clicks over a 32.6 that last time by. So not his fastest, but continuing to be very, very consistent out there. Same thing with Alex Giardo there in that Nissan Z, 33.1 that last time. His fastest this session, 32.0. So kind of hovering all right within that 1 second gap of their fastest lap time.
I think we have seen the fastest of this session so far. It's starting to be like yesterday, which is nothing wrong with that. Let's stick our hand outside, guys. Let's see what the weather is like here. The session started at 60 degrees. It's 61 outside. The high today is only 76, so we're not going to see incredibly hot days. And I will tell you, Atlanta is very interesting for weather. We've been coming here 13 years, and it feels like every other year is different kind of weather. But this year has to be the best on-track weather we have had in my era. And by my era, I mean coming here and commentating. It's incredible here. The rain has avoided us. You know, the start of the first day, the track was a little damp from the night before, but these drivers are blessed today. They've been given everything that they can get to go fast, and I'm absolutely loving this event this weekend.
We get these awesome shots from the drone, so we get to see literally the whole place. here at the facility. And from when we started, just over an hour ago, there was a few bodies in the stands down there at turns 10A and 10B. And now when we get those images, there is a lot more people down there, so things are starting to fill out. I'm loving seeing all of the grandstands being filled up, and actually these cars 22 minutes into this session and still got the green flag, so the track really letting them have their time. And it looks like Johnny is once again a little bit off the pace there in turn one, so it's up to Ray in that white and black Porsche and Alex in that Nissan Z out there, still up to speed, doing laps. They're coming out of turn 7 right now, about to blast down this long back straightaway through turns 8 and turn 9. I mentioned that because it's kind of silly. There is no turn 8 and turn 9 here on the racetrack. Maybe if you got no splitter and you're doing 190 miles an hour, it's a little bit more of a turn, but the next one is definitely 10A, 10B that I just mentioned. Everybody's starting to gather up down there, and I'm even seeing some campers, some tents lined up on the back straightaway as well for the drift event and whatnot. So a wonderful crowd assembling here on a Saturday morning.
And those people out there in the stands, if you've never been here to Drift Atlanta, you have to get here the second that the gates open to try to get a good spot. There are areas that you can rent to watch Formula Drift, but they're kind of legacy areas. You can't rent it if someone else already has and continues to do so. So all those open areas where you see people sitting and camping right now, they're not going to be able to watch drifting until after 1 p.m., but they've been here since, I mean, we pulled up at 5:36 this morning and the line was already five rows of 20 to 30 cars deep. So they got here early, ready to set up their spot. And the great part about that is they have people waiting over there. They have guys in our paddock. This is a great event. The cross-pollination of the events is incredible. And for anybody out here in the paddock, make sure you talk to your favorite drivers. Talk to Jackie Ding, talk to Ferris Kartoumi, talk to Mike DeSold in that incredible Pikes Peak build. We have Attacking the Clock Racing with not only their beautiful Datsun, but also their K-Truck that they built that was the pace car at COTA. These guys and gals out here, they absolutely love fans. Nobody here is going to ask you to walk away from their pits if you have a question. And if you have any questions about GTA as a whole, our GTA booth is set up under the canopy over there. We have this beautiful, intelligent woman named Shannon there ready to answer any questions you have. She can also help you get set up with some GTA shirts, GTA hats. If you have any questions about how to get set up, what you need, where you can go to start tracking to get your car on track, we have plenty of staff over there waiting for you. So to everyone that's out here in Brazelton, Georgia at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, Drift Atlanta in our 13th year, you guys make up what we do, and make sure you take advantage of all of that. To all of our partners, thank you so much. This has been an incredible event so far, and honestly, it feels like it's starting to heat up a little bit. I know Jackie's going to get back in his pits, talk to Mr. Allen, see what happened with his car. But when he sees the lap time that Allen set, Jackie's going to get a little fired up. I don't see him letting another Supra take his fastest time of the day in street class. So for all of you out here watching and paying attention, just keep an eye on that.
And while everything was wrapping up, something that caught my eye, Alexander Giardo in that Nissan Z continued to drop the lap time. The last 3 were incredibly consistent, all in the 1 minute 29 bracket, and the fastest of 1:29.1. I can report that is 2 seconds faster than what he ran yesterday. And it all came at the end of the session. The previous fastest lap of his was a 33.1. So definitely picking up the pace at the end of the session. Got the results on the screen here. Mike DeSold in that Camaro, the fastest lap with a 124.40. And quite honestly, I think it probably was in the mid-23s because we saw him cross the line and he was way off the gas and in the middle of the racetrack coming through turn number 12. So I think that DeSold Camaro definitely has some more speed in it. And then Alan Patton throwing down that nice lap in the Supra at a 125.8. Unfortunately, he met the wall there after that one in turn number 1. Jackie Ding with a 126.5, and then comes Alexander Giardo with that fastest lap of the weekend for themselves so far, 129.1. Johnny Sachowski in the Miata, 29.4. and then Ray Guerrero with a 29.5 as well. It is something to say that that lap from Jackie Dean was Jackie's fastest lap of the weekend, about a half a second faster than what he ran yesterday. And now we've got the first run group going back out. Green flag again.
And to go back really quick to Oscardo, his fastest lap at our events, I believe, is a 29.120, and that's historically speaking. So that's great to see him back in the 29s. It's going to be very, very close for him to be able to do better than that lap time, and obviously he's getting comfortable with it. Whatever little tweaks he made, be it in the car, be it suspension, be it whatever he did to pick up from a mid-30s to a 29 like that, means he found his rhythm. And once you find that rhythm, it's very easy for you to start dropping tenths here and there. And with this session being led out by Devin, it's great to see her. Let's see if she can continue her trek of continuously going faster and just finding her rhythm here. She's never really had an event here that went well for her, and I know that sounds rude, but obviously I'm not saying that in a negative light. She's a great friend. We talk all the time. She's a great competitor, and she just always feels like there's little things stopping her, whether it be her mental block, whether it be an issue with the car. And it looks like her team at Turn In Concepts, her team that's here right now, and her driving as a whole has started to really come together. And sometimes that's all it takes. She has a great team behind her. They fixed all the problems from previous years in the car. For the most part, engine's been out. Every small thing that was wrong with it has been taken care of, be it electrical, be it exhaust leaks. There's a lot of little things. If you follow her online, you'll see that previous work done by previous people have really caused issue with the car. So it seems she's really gotten that confidence in her. So let's see if she can pick up some faster laps. Also, we have Rob Wilmoth, Logan Kenseth in that Cadillac CTS-V continuing to go faster. We'll call him Mr. Red, White, and Blue for the weekend with that beautiful American flag livery on the roof, and our partners Ray's Wheels, Volk TE37s on the car. We have Javier Torres, Alex Schwartz, Jose Sanchez, Brad Balcom, Brandon Luthi. All these guys have continuously gone faster over the weekend. So let's see what they can lay down.
You just mentioned Ray's Wheels. The other one that I saw an awesome job of, and I believe it was Sean Bassett in one of the other run groups, had the giant Garrett painted on the intercooler up there on the front end of that Zia. And a big shout out to Garrett as well with everything that they do here with Global Time Attack, and officially have that green flag for this session here. So watching some of the BMWs, one of the E36s come and stream across the screen here, and I gotta admit, the E36 has a soft spot in my heart. You know, it could be that I've had two of them previously. I love my E36 M3s. I think that they're fantastic chassis. The straight six in them provides plenty of horsepower to really kind of do whatever you want to on the track. And then just the size of the vehicle, it's perfect, right? You can throw a bunch of horsepower at it. You can throw a big tire at it if you put some over fenders on it. So I really enjoy the E36 line. And I know that that's where a lot of drivers also got their start, but talk about E36, E46, E90s, all the way up into the new ones. BMW definitely makes a great chassis.
I'll agree. The older German car stuff is also just so superior because they don't have the electric failures and all the other issues. But you know what they do have? They got weak rear diff mounts. E46, probably one of the best chassis ever built, but you got to weld a cage on the rear diff or it tears itself out of the car. We have Devin on her first lap at a 37.975, being followed by Rob Wilmoth with a 37.431. Fantastic lap time. Logan Kenseth with a 39.085. It does look like Rob Wilmoth found his fastest lap of the session directly off the rip. Devin has seemed to be ramping up into her time, and Logan Kenseth with that 39.085, Mr. Red, White, and Blue. It's great to see him out there. Brandon Luthi with a 43.593. And the best part about Brandon, to talk about somebody, this man drove this car across the states, I believe 2 years ago, maybe it was last year, but I think it was 2 years ago. He went to every event that GTA ran. He towed this enthusiast class car everywhere. It was so fun to see. He fell in love with Time Attack, and he fell in love with GTA, and we tell this to people all the time. You'll hear it from our fearless leader, Jason Deanhart. Just run Time Attack. This is something we do because we love it. This is not something we do to make millions of dollars. This isn't something we do for financial gain, period. This is something we do because we love it. I'm here, you're here, these competitors are here. And it does look like we have Logan out of turn one. into this.
No, this is turn 5.
Oh, this is turn 5. This is actually this is the first competitor we see that has actually gone out from 5. 5 was the area we told you that you have to be really set up well to try to use those curbs. And I don't know if that's actually
No,
what
you're-
happened.
Yeah, you're right. No, this isn't turn 1. This is just an odd angle from the drone right here. I believe this is the exit of 5. We just don't get the exit curb quite on the top left of the screen yet, but this is a common one. Remember, I believe it was Devin Hoffman that had the spin early yesterday coming out of 5, and unfortunately, it looks like Kenseth made it all the way to the wall, but this is not an uncommon area to lose the car.
It's not, and you're right. I actually spoke to Devin about that. I asked her if she went over the curbs, and she actually told me that, first lap out, it was cold. She carried a little bit too much speed. The car got light, and she just had a really lazy spin. And for those of you listening, wondering what a lazy spin is, it was like a spin with no power behind it. It just, the car lifted up, it got sideways, it came around, it stopped. From our great production team and our drone operator, it does sound like Logan hit this with a good rate of speed because the car came up on 2 tires. You could almost see the underbelly of it from the drone when they were trying to get to it. So he probably hit it with a little bit of good rate of speed, but honestly, that tire wall sideways, full side impact is probably not too bad.
And we have to, cross our fingers. He should be okay. The safety standards for the racetrack and the cars are great. And then the big thing that I notice when I look at a potential impact like this, it is the passenger side. That doesn't mean that the driver can't get tossed around inside, but it means that the tires aren't shoved in the driver's face. The driver's door isn't pushed in. There's no impact on the driver's side there. So generally, usually that's a good thing. And to kind of maybe armchair quarterback this a little bit, it is well past the exit of turn 5. So when we were talking about Devin Hoffman and that lazy spin, right, when everything was cold, a lot of times the spins can actually start on the entry of turn 5. And I think that was the case of Devin yesterday, or maybe even at Apex. But this one, it was full on the exit of turn 5. I wouldn't doubt if he was all the way over those rumble curbs, maybe got the car upset. And with this Cadillac, it could even be wheel spin, right? Because if you got your foot to the floor coming and bouncing over those curbs, you could lose traction in the back end. And unfortunately, you're still kind of have the steering wheel slightly pulled to driver's left to kind of get it onto that short shoot straightaway. And that's usually where the car spins in that direction.
I actually think you're 100% correct, because if you look how far away the exit curbing is to where he is, and you can see the tire spin, it's, you can see the tire lock up where he went in, and you can really follow it from the grass onto the gravel. But he had to have, and of course, we won't know till we speak to him, but he had to have been using the exit curbing and possibly just gave it a little too much right pedal exiting that exit curbing, and it might have just brought him around. It happens so incredibly quickly, and he's been consistently gaining speed and picking up, but it does look like the back of that car is pretty wedged into the tire wall, which means his wing has been torn off or completely bent. We'll see what this car looks like coming out, but once again, this is part of the life. You're pushing a car 10/10. This isn't an HPDE day. This isn't where you're on track with 50 other cars just having a good time. These guys and girls, their whole goal is to go out here and lay down the fastest lap possible. And whatever it is, it's glad they opened the door. They talked to him. We saw him moving inside. That's always our number one concern. Cars are replaceable, drivers are not. Whatever happens after this, Matt, I'm sure we'll see him again. And it's just sad to see him when he was just going faster every session he came out. He was probably feeling really good in that car. And for it to just end with that, hopefully it's nothing too big. Hopefully they get it taken care of.
I think they already got it hooked up and are trying to pull it off of the tire wall as we speak. And just kind of to prove our point here, don't feel bad, Kenseth, because that is a common area. It is so common that, we even see the cutout in the wall right there in case they need to push a car back and not tow it out. So it's just a dangerous spot. I talked about turn 5 a lot yesterday. I think it is the most difficult corner on Road Atlanta. I think that there's plenty of challenging corners, and there might be more important corners than turn 5. But when it comes to challenging, I think that turn 5 is probably the most difficult turn on this entire circuit, because you can lose it going in. You can lose it in the middle, and then you can also lose it coming out just based off of the bumps. And I mean, we're speculating, right? We're just assuming that he got the foot down and jumped over the curves, but it could also be just too much speed going into turn 5, jumping up over those curbs and got too much wheel into it. So there could be a lot of things, and that's just what turn 5 is. It is a difficult turn.
Well, and that cutout that you were talking about is more for wheel-to-wheel racing. It's one of those, if you are broken down there, it's better to have you push behind the wall so you don't cause a yellow flag. And you can tell they put them in places that are common contact issues. So when you see a car in a wall next to a cutout, the driver should immediately know, I'm probably not the first guy that's ended up here, and I'm definitely not the last guy that's going to end up here.
Looks like they've already got that Cadillac loaded up onto tow mater. Everybody's going to be getting in there, and don't see any real damage to that tire wall, and kind of the impact that it was backed into the right rear. So I got my fingers crossed out here. With how much pavement he was sideways before he hit the grass, maybe enough speed was bled off that hopefully it's just some cosmetic damage out there for that Cadillac. But either way, tow truck is already moving and recovering that stranded vehicle.
Yeah, I think he's going to cut through the middle there. He will go ahead and cut through the middle of Road Atlanta and then exit out in the front area. So,
yeah, for everybody that doesn't know what Cuban is talking about, there's actually the short track here at Road Atlanta, and instead of going left at turn 5, you actually go right. And that's exactly the path that the tow truck will take. Essentially just cut off the back half of this circuit and get it back into the paddock.
That'll give these drivers a chance to go back out there and lay down another lap. It's really amazing how they build these tracks where they could get a car off and get the track green again without having to really slow people down too much. You see this road directly in the middle of Road Atlanta, and that's actually going to go under a bridge to bring the car back to our paddock, which is incredible. Cars are back on track. That was Mr. Logan Kenseth. He did run a 1:39.085 the lap before, which is great. His fastest time of yesterday was actually a 38.493, so he was starting to pick up pace and go faster. That just shows you that this track is constantly developing. And here's a good view of turn 5. You could see where he went into the wall, and you're carrying so much speed when you're exiting the S's that once again you can go ahead and use all of that exit S's curb, but if it upsets the car, it's very easy for the car to come around. We'll have to talk with the driver and see what really happened there. Was it too much gas pedal? Did he, carry too much curbing? Or like we said with Devin, did the car actually start to spin significantly earlier and he was just trying to recover before it came around?
Looks like we got about 5 to 7 minutes remaining here in this group number 3, their second session of the morning here. Get the cars, one of the Subarus, I believe that's Devin Hoffman, streaming across start-finish. Start on their flying laps again. And remember, Devin was doing a great job. She was consistently improving the lap time. And when you get a little bit of a break like that, not everything goes back down to ambient sitting temperature. So they can go back out there and just get up to speed pretty much immediately. But it's just up to that driver to reset everything mentally and go back out there and accomplish what the goal was.
Rob Wilmoth in limited class with a 136.088 is leading this session. Devin Hoffman right behind with a 36.676. So We have Logan Kenseth was in third, Brandon Luthi with a 143.593, Mark Matchak with a 143.786, and Drev Bazar with a 147.008 is who we have out on track right now. This is Group 3, Session 2 of the day, Session 5 of the weekend. We're calling these times off of racehero.io. You could go online to racehero.io or the Race Hero app on your mobile device. That not only allows you to read what is going on, it also allows you to be able to see when your driver is coming up again, if they've been shuffled around, what their lap times were for the entire weekend. You could see how close they were to other people. It's an incredible app, an incredible website, and it really does allow you to see so much that's going on with the event.
So a big shout out to Link ECU Engine Management out there, and Cuban, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they've got a tent in the paddock that you can go and even learn some more about their stuff.
You know, I am going to say I believe they do. They should have a tent over in the Formula Drift paddock. Link is an incredible ECU company. They have been not only been a great ECU company for quite some time, they've been a great supporter of Global Time Attack for quite some time, but more than that, they did an incredible job taking care of their customer base. You know, that happens to be the line of work I'm in outside of being here commentating, though commentating is probably the funnest thing I do. Doing the everyday job, Link does an incredible job with the tech support. You saw in the ad we posted earlier that it is 6 days a week. They have people answering the phones and doing tech stuff online. They keep developing new stuff. If you have a newer car, cam-based communication, if you need an ECU that does it all, you should really talk to Link about their G5 Voodoo. It's one of the most beautiful units I've ever seen in person. They are doing what every other company said they would do. They're creating incredible product that's still affordable for the everyday racer. So big shout out to Link, big shout out to everything they've done. And we have competitors out here on Link that would support them till death. So big to them. And this session is going to be coming to an end in the next couple minutes. I don't know if we're going to see much more lap times out of our guys. It does look like Devin is going to finish her first flyer and possibly try to lay down one more.
I'm going through the data over here, Cuban, and I believe that everybody, barring the Cadillac, has set their fastest lap of the weekend here in this session. So Devin Hoffman, a previous best of a 38.2 and all the way down to a 36.6. Rob Wilmot, that's probably the biggest jump because Rob went a 36.0. His previous best was also a 38.2. Brandon Luthi, he also went faster at a 143.5, so that's 1.1 seconds faster than he's gone all weekend. It just continues to be a theme. Even Drev back here, he's gone faster, a 47.008. Minuscule amounts, but it is faster than the 47.07 that he did earlier.
Everybody, the track temps are great. You know, it's painful to see another car off. Hopefully Logan is good. I actually watched him coming down the hill next to 12. You know what I'm talking about, Joey, the hill you drive up to get to the back paddock. He was coming down on the tow truck over there, so it didn't look too bad from the tower. Hopefully whatever it is, they can get it looked over. He may even go back out. But the temperature is staying with us, man. It's still 63 degrees. It was 63 degrees when the session started, and these drivers are taking advantage of everything they can to go fast. It did look like Devin on her first hot lap back out was down to a 38.0, so probably had to get temperature back into those tires. It's almost like she read my mind and came down turn 12 as I brought her up. Let's see if she can get below that 36.676 on this lap.
For timing and scoring to pop up the lap time here for the number 145 Subaru, and it turns out to be a 137.4, so not the fastest that they've turned, but less than a second off of that lap time that there is the goal. And looks like we're getting some awesome shots. That's still the Subaru jumping that curb there in turn number 3. And when we talk about lap time here at Road Atlanta, you have to be aggressive in turn number 3, because the more you cut that curb and jump over that little berm, call it, the more you shorten that radius, the faster and faster that turn becomes. So turn 3 definitely important for the run down through the S's, as one of the BMWs, one of the F chassis BMWs crosses start-finish line and starts another lap. That's Bapsar out there in the number 19 car. Actually just put down their fastest lap at a 1:46.5. So Druv over here continuing to drop that lap time. His previous best was a 47.0, and he was just barely faster, but he knocked that down another half a second. So definitely the driver of the 19 up on the wheel right now. Still got maybe a couple minutes remaining here in this session, and then we'll shift over to group number 2. Still got a green flag going on as the Subaru streams up the hill, and I think that Devin is probably going to call it for the session there. Looks like she let off the gas on the front straightaway and is going to cool things down. That last lap time was a 37.4. So once again, another lap time that was pretty much just right on top of the previous in terms of the consistency. And if you're watching online, we've got the results from this session up on the screen. I don't think that anything is going to change in terms of that running order. It was Rob Wilmoth dropping a good 2.2 seconds off of his fastest lap time. That is a limited class Audi RS3 doing a 1:36.0. Then comes Devin Hoffman in that Subaru, the number 145, a street class car with a 1:36.6. Great lap time right there. That was about 1.5 seconds faster than Devin's gone all weekend. Unfortunately, Logan Kenseth, we documented the Cadillac getting into the wall there out of turn number 5. But before that was able to put down a 39.0. Mark Matyek with a 42.9, the first of the enthusiast class cars. Then Brandon Luthi with a 43.5 and Druv with a 1:46.2 as we do officially get the checkered flag here on this session. Now, if the driver had started a timed lap when it was still a green flag and they feel like they can keep going, they can certainly finish this thing out. But I think more likely everybody is going to kind of be cooling it down and bringing it back down into pit road. And then here in just a matter of a couple minutes, we'll have group number 2, their second session of the day, getting out there on track very soon.
Yeah, that was a great run group here. That was a great session for this last run group. Devin got some good time. These drivers were continuously going faster. The Matchaks, Druv Bazaar, Brandon Luthi, they were out there really pushing themselves in the cars. They're still finding the limits of where their fastest laps can be and where this track has it. I want to, while we're waiting for these cars to come in, I want to throw a little guessing game at you. I got a message from our guys. We do have confirmed fastest mile an hour down the back straight. I'll even tell you who it is. How fast do you think Mike DeSold went down the back straight?
Well, you know the car better than I do. How much horsepower does the thing have?
8,000 million. So it's got a huge, it's a 4-digit car in my opinion. I actually don't have an answer for that, but it's a 4-digit car. It is built to go up Pikes Peak, which means they run a huge turbo and a big motor, because the thinner the air, the less power you make. So you're compensating by doing everything in your power to make the car go as quick as you can and carry as much power up the hill. But let's just say it's a 4-digit car, and obviously that car is built to the extreme. But what do you think the fastest one of these shop-built, non-factory team race cars can go down the back straight here at Road Atlanta?
I think if you've got 1,000 horsepower and you've got the downforce to make it around the small kink down there, north of 185. If I'm going to put a specific number on it, I'm going to guess 187.
191.
Yeah, okay. So within 5 miles an hour there.
That's just incredible. This is a car that was built by a shop to do this, and to almost break, to break 190 miles an hour in general. From what I was hearing, Ferris was talking to him and letting him know that he could actually hit the brakes just a little bit later. He was braking a little early, and he may have gone further than the car was capable, because he did 191 and then had a little off in the gravel. So he's going to back that up maybe 20, 30 feet, and we're probably going to see him increase his lap time just based on the fact that he's learned where he can min-max the actual back straight. But that is some incredible. That's faster than, I believe, Ferris has gone down the back straight. That's faster than Cable in his 9-liter Viper has. That's faster than any other car I've heard in our competition go down the back straight. So that's an incredible speed.
Yeah, I think that Road Atlanta, it's a fast racetrack, and when we think of this place, we think of the S's, right? That's Road Atlanta's key feature, and I think if you were to ask other drivers, maybe even turn number 3 is probably the second most iconic area. You don't really think about how long that back straightaway really is. And about 25, 30 years ago, it was even longer because we didn't have the turn 10A, 10B complex. So that 191 miles an hour would have been going into an incredibly fast sweeping section up over that little hill, which is turn 11 now. Cuban, could you imagine hanging on to that?
I don't think that it's possible. They did to this like what they did to the Mulsanne, right? Back in the day, cars weren't doing 8 million miles an hour down the back straight. They were, speed limited, and they just didn't have the power, etc. But what they were doing is they were finding braking zones really early on, and I think that the 10A 10B complex has done amazing, not just for wheel-to-wheel racing, but it's done great for time attack racing also. You want a fast track, but you want drivers to have to compete in technical sections, and 10A 10B, though it's not going to make or break your lap in the sense that you'll completely ruin it, but it can. You overbrake 10A, you're in the gravel. You don't carry enough speed into 10A, you've thrown away your lap time. You need to find where your car is its best to get through 10A, 10B, to set up through 11 and 12. But I agree 100%. Imagine that the same way. Imagine going down the Mulsanne at Le Mans without having to slow down for the 2 chicanes. It's mind-boggling.
I think the other really cool one that most people don't know about, most people didn't know that 10A, 10B didn't exist at one point. And the other one that's really neat is Laguna Seca, right? Everybody knows Laguna Seca and the 12-turn configuration there. And most people don't know that the Andretti hairpin, turn 2 down there, it used to not exist at all. It used to just be a fast left-hand bend that would connect you down there to turn number 5. So lots of history in a lot of these North American racetracks with upgrades throughout the year, upgrades throughout the decades to really bring them up to these facility standards, where here at Road Atlanta, it is just beautiful. It holds Petit Le Mans every year. It holds these huge drift events. I mean, it just continues to build its momentum, and with the recent influx and Michelin coming in here, the new tower and everything, you said 13 years that Global Time Attack has been here, and it's an amazing facility. I don't see it slowing down.
It makes you wonder what 15, 20 years from now, what the tracks will look like. You're absolutely correct. Generationally speaking, we know what these tracks look like to us because that's all we'd ever seen them. Speaking of ever seen them, it looks like we do see these drivers going out for their flyers, this being led by Michael Sims. Michael Sims in that beautiful Porsche GT3 RS. And then we have Sean Bassett, Joshua Briggs in the K-Series Miata, followed by Jonathan Wheeler in his Street Class 370, Robert Rushton in his Enthusiast Class Civic Type R, Kevin Parlett in his G, Adam James in his BMW M2, Kyle Gurney in his Volkswagen, and then Wes Humphreys is someone we haven't spoken about a lot. He was a late entry, showed up late. He's actually in a Porsche AMG GT, which is another car we saw a lot of at COTA. So it's great to see these cars out here competing. Michael Sims' first lap is a 32.0. This man has found the pace. He's found the rhythm. He was really working up to it yesterday, but since his first lap today, I don't know if he turned his brain off, reset, and decided to insert a little bit more RAM, but he's flying, followed by Sean Bassett at the 32.3, someone else who has really found the pace in his car. And Joshua Briggs gets it together, no issues, a 32.3. These drivers are incredibly fast today. We have Jonathan Wheeler right behind them at a 34.485. Let's see if Robert Rushton can reset his Enthusiast all-wheel drive record right now and maybe get it into the sub 34.481, which is the overall record he set yesterday. That's going to be a 41.8, so he's going to work his way up to that. Kevin Parlett, who has now done a 33, his fastest lap he's ever done here with a 43.938, followed by Adam James in this beautiful BMW M2 with a 145.42. These drivers are all starting to really find pace. We have people finding a little bit more than others, but it's working exactly as intended sometimes you'll see people, be third odd on track, but their first lap puts them in ninth, but everyone is basically where they belonged, except for Wes Humphreys, who was released last because he didn't get much track time yesterday, came out and immediately did a 35.675.
And the theme of the day continues. That theme, go fast, go faster than you ever have gone yet. And Michael Sims is doing exactly that. 131.9. That is a second faster than that driver in that Porsche went yesterday. So it's just a theme. And trust me, folks, if you're in the paddock and you're hearing it and you want to be in the cool kids group, you got to go out there and you got to go faster than you ever have gone before. That is the goal today. That's the goal all the time with Global Time Attack. Keep pushing yourself, keep pushing the machine, keep pushing that innovation limit, and let's see how fast we can go and keep dropping those lap times. I mean, yesterday we already saw Robert Rushton drop that enthusiast class record, and that first lap was definitely a warm-up lap like you were saying. So I got my eye on that number 53 Honda Civic Type R, see if he can go any faster.
Well, and it looks like he did come directly into the pits, so maybe he has a tire pressure issue. Maybe he feels that the setup could be a little bit better. I did mention yesterday how he's on this new suspension on the car, so it makes sense that new suspension can make a car go faster, but the parts that people miss is you have to set the car up around it. You don't just put a new set of coilovers on a car and the car immediately goes fast. There's setup time required, and you can practice, you can do all that stuff, but when it comes down to competition and pushing the car 10/10ths, sometimes what was set up in the practice, lollygagging sessions isn't going to work out. So he's going to come in, he's going to talk to his team and see where they're at, but it does look like both Michael Sims and Sean Bassett went faster on their second lap. Sims at a 31.914, really bringing the heat, with Sean with a 32.193 in his lap. Kevin Parlett still in the 34s right now. We know that car's capable of a 33 with him wheeling and dealing. Jonathan Wheeler only did one lap and came back in. He laid down to 34.485. Adam James went a little bit faster on his second lap with a 35.628. Wes Humphreys did a real cool down lap down to a 57 on his second, but Kyle Gurney also improved with a 37.377 on his second lap.
About halfway through this group number 2, their second session of the day, and I've got my eye. I've said it, that Honda Civic Type R of Robert Rushton only put down the one lap so far here in this session. I'm curious to see if that two-tone Honda gets back out there on the track, as the BMW M2 of Adam James crosses the start-finish line, puts down a 135.639. I keep mentioning consistency. How about this for consistency? Adam James, his fastest lap, 35.62. That last lap, 35.63.
Every session he's been in, he's been consistent, which is great. Don't get me wrong. But obviously, he wants to push past that. I feel you can get in too much of a rhythm. It's like being in a race and being behind someone. The worst thing you can do is be behind someone and get caught in their rhythm. I know you've ran into it. Anyone who's ran spec style racing where cars have similar power. Speaking of similar power, Sean Bassett with a 131.607, setting the fastest time of this session, jumping over Michael Sims, 31.6. That's very impressive for that Z. They have really gotten that car together. Sean is driving the wheels off the thing. It's great to see the improvements he's had as a driver. Speaking of the two-tone Honda, my friend, Robert Rushton's starting another flyer right now. Just went across start finish. He talked to his team, did whatever they had to do, and let's see if he can really lay down a fast lap. But you do get into these situations where you get in a rhythm and it's hard to push yourself out of it. You're so comfortable braking and turning in certain places. So not saying that he isn't flying, he truly is, but hopefully Adam James can find that rhythm breaker to gain those extra tenths to get himself ahead of the time he's already laid down.
You were mentioning Sean Bassett in that Datsun 240Z, part of the max effort class out here. Only a few of those max effort cars, including that LS Miata in group number 1, as well as that Dussault Camaro. So Sean Bassett in that heavily modified Datsun 240Z, one of the cooler cars, if you ask me, out there on the racetrack, as we get the Volkswagen of Kyle Gurney going across the start-finish line one more time, a 36.86. That was actually his fastest lap time of the session, and once again, faster than what he's gone all day yesterday. So just getting faster. And I was watching Kyle maybe a couple laps ago. He was really dancing the car going into turn number 1. Yesterday, I made the comment, if you like watching cars, go down to the the entrance of turn number 1 on the driver's left-hand side in the GTA paddock right there, because you get to watch the drivers and how aggressive they go into one of the fastest corners on the racetrack. And depending on how aggressive they really go,
not to cut you off, my friend, but that's a
around and
a
Robert
34.259,
just
baby.
Reset that enthusiast class record. So Robert just went through at a 34.259.
It's great to see.
And
They
folks,
came in, they figured out what was going on, and he just took another 0.2 off the overall enthusiast record. If he can take the enthusiast times into the 33s, that would just be utterly incredible.
Yeah, the previous record yesterday was set by the same driver in the same car at 34.48. The new record, 34.25. So, yeah, Cuban, I agree with you. That 33 is excruciatingly close.
Sean Bass's 31.607 is leading this session, and just behind him is Michael Sims with a 31.914. It's crazy to see because Michael Sims was just, picking up pace yesterday, and he's come out flying today. And Sean was really not on the same page as Michael Sims yesterday. He did tell me when that alternator failure happened that the car was finally somewhere where he was comfortable pushing the heck out of it. And of course, that's what happens, right? You finally get on grid, you think you're going to push your hardest lap, and there's a parts failure, but they didn't let it get to him. They went to a parts store, they figured out what it was out of, AutoZone or Rallies, whatever they found, and they slapped a new one in there and immediately came out and started laying down fast laps.
Still got about a handful of minutes here remaining in this session. See if anybody continues to take advantage of all of the fantastic track time Global Time Attack and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is providing. And still see one of the cars going up through the turn 3 complex and down through the S's right now. I believe that is that blue M2 of Adam James, still out there turning laps. And his previous lap was a little bit of a cool down, north of 4 minutes out there. So definitely brought it in, checked things over, let things cool back down, and then get back out there on the racetrack. And why not, right? I just mentioned got a handful of minutes, and you pretty much got the playground all to yourself. Go use it.
Well, especially when you have it to yourself, you can cool down as needed. Obviously, you're not supposed to do a warm-up lap with cars behind you, but if it's you and 2 other people on track because everyone's laid their fastest laps, you can use those straightaways to really cool the car down, cool down the tires. No hard braking zones into 6 or 7, those areas where the brakes really get put to work. 1, 6, 7, these are the areas where you're putting the most heat into the tires, because though it's contrary to belief, people think that swerving puts heat into the tires. That scrubs them, that cleans them. You get heat in the tires under extreme braking load and extreme lateral force. So these drivers can really cool them down, coast to the braking zones, try to bring the car as neutral as possible, like the first flying lap you did, and then send another one. Like Adam James did with that 134.570.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to mention there, continuing to drop that time. So you had mentioned, kind of stuck at that hump there, but it looks like they were able to climb up and over that 34.5. So definitely dropping the lap time out there for Adam James, and you compare that to their previous best. That was 9/10 faster that driver went in that little baby blue M2. So still got green flag out there, and he's down towards turn number 6, turn number 7, still on a hot lap. And I believe the other car that's out there is Kyle Gurney in that white Volkswagen Golf R, still doing laps. And his last lap was a 45.1, so I expect this one to be back up to speed.
he's definitely using this track time to try to cool it down and go faster. Kyle Gurney, he has laid a 36.862 as his fastest lap of the session so far. But as I said, a 36.417, he has found a little bit more pace in that car.
Sometimes you just need to cool it down a little bit, get those temperatures back down, and also cool down the head a little bit. Sometimes you need a little bit of a mental reset as well as Adam James comes down. And look at this lap time, a 34.1. So he takes another half a second out. That was a big chunk.
Well, and it was big enough to take him from 7th overall in the session to 4th overall, but it's also big enough to put him ahead of Jonathan Wheeler, who is actually in the same class as him, and that's the most important part. It's not just the fact that he jumped up 3 spots off that lap time, it's the fact that he jumped over somebody in class with him, which is the most important thing when it comes to classification. Everyone wants to be fastest of the day, but when you're in street class, you want to make sure you're the fastest street car in the session.
Still taking advantage of all the track time between these two cars, and it's kind of convenient. They're relatively on opposite sides of the racetrack, so when Adam is down there in turn 6 and 7, kind of get the Volkswagen more coming down the back of the hill and crossing start-finish line here soon enough, and that's that car of Kyle Gurney. That white Volkswagen is BMW rockets down the back straightaway here, and there goes Kyle Gurney across start finish. That last lap time, a 36.3, continuing to shave it off and get faster.
The question is, does he have even more in it? Because yesterday he was kind of consistently in the 37s. I don't remember if he did a 36 yesterday, but he was between 37 and 38 on most of his laps. So my guess is they went over the car yesterday, looked at what they could improve, looked at what the data said they could improve, and he's been trying to make truth out of that, because getting down to a 36.3 doesn't just happen magically. You had to put a little plan into effect there, and that's going to be Adam James going across start finish again. Let's see if he is able to improve his lap time.
Got these awesome drone shots. Could see what I reference as Lanier across the street. Lanier Speedway, the little oval track right there, and then just up the road was some of the BBS headquarters as well. So Road Atlanta got lots of motorsports definitely around the facility as well, and then still got this blue BMW. I don't know if anybody saw that, but did a great job jumping the curb there in turn number 3. So looks like Adam James is still very much got things turned up to 10 right now, maybe even turned up to 11, depending on which amplifier he's got there inside the car. But doing a very, very consistent job going around turn 6 and turn 7 right now. And turn 7, the most important corner on this racetrack, as it leads out onto the longest straightaway. We are road racers out here, but in road racing, we're just glorified drag racers. We just try to make the straightaway as long as we possibly can. We were talking about that Dussault Camaro really doing 191 miles an hour. I think that this BMW M2, it is no slouch. I bet you it's probably doing north of 150 miles an hour, probably even approaching 160 plus going down there into turn 10A. It's just an incredibly fast section of the racetrack as we officially get the checkered flag here on group number 2, their second session of the day. It was Sean Bassett in that 240Z, the max effort car, leading the way with a 31.6. Michael Sims in the limited class following it up with a 31.9. Josh Briggs in the unlimited class with a 32.3. And then comes that Adam James car, that BMW that was out there the whole time, that street class car with a 34.1. A great job there. And can't not talk about Robert Rushton resetting that enthusiast class record, the overall enthusiast class record, with a 34.2. Kevin Parlett with a 34.4. Jonathan Wheeler, a 34.4 as well. Wes Humphreys, 35.6. And Kyle Gurney in that Volkswagen dropped it down to a 36.3.
You're absolutely correct, and that is their second session of the day. They're going to get 4 today. That's the 5th session of the weekend, of course. And if Sean Bassett and his team were able to cut that much time out by finally getting comfortable and throwing a new alternator in the car, I can't wait to see what they have in these following sessions. That is another car. It is supported, just like us, by Garrett Advancing Motion. It's the kind of car where I don't think they've ever turned it all the way up. I'm being very honest with you. It's hard to turn a car all the way up, as you can attest to, when it's not working perfectly. And this is the first time I can say that, and Sean will probably agree with me, that the car's working exactly as intended. Nothing is out of whack. And people would ask how you can go to so many competitions and say it's not working perfect, but this car was built from scratch. This is a tube chassis Datsun, guys. This is not something that he bought and then threw an LS in and everything worked. He had to make this work. That carbon body on the car, he built it. This is not he went on the internet and clicked order now and waited 6 weeks. He did all the work, and he has made it clear, him and his team, which are incredible, that it's hard to push a car to the limits when it's not working right, because if he does end up in a wall, let's say, he has to go back to the shop and rebuild all of these carbon panels by hand. And it's an incredible thought to think that that car was not just built by hand, but that they're willing to really push it to the limits here on track.
Get the shots of group number 1 starting to line up right now, and they'll be getting that green flag. And if you're able to see on the screen here, we do have Mike Dussault in that Camaro lined up. I believe that's Jackie Ding in the Supra right behind him. So I think 2 of the fastest cars that we're going to see here kind of all day, they're going to be taking the track and leading the charge here. And remember, I believe it was Dussault that went a little bit faster, or maybe not quite as fast, but it was a low 24 earlier today, and he was way off of the gas coming through turn 12. So I'm curious to see if it'll drop into the 23s. He did a 23.9 yesterday, and I believe that record is sitting at a 23.7.
You are correct. 23.7 is the record, and I believe he was off the gas, and that was the lap where he did 191 because he just overcooked the brakes, had a little off through the gravel. Jackie Ding, though, he's chasing a 25.7 right now for the record, but he's going to have to beat a 25.8 to even get into first place again. Jackie Ding has all of the weight of the super community on his shoulders right now. They may have a new hero. His name may be Alan Patton if Jackie doesn't put something together. Johnny Sachowski right there, third car on the grid stack. It does look like we have Ray Guerrero in his Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport behind him. That beautiful 350Z LS powered, and then another A90 ready to go fast. But these 2 front cars, they're the guys who were chasing the records. Now Jackie's just trying to chase first place, but Mike Dussault is 0.2 off of the record for max effort. It would be great to see him do that. He's put so much effort into this car. He's been coming to these events. He's really been going faster. I feel like it's, not to say he's not as developed as possible, but build a Pike Speed Car, come to Time Attack events, go to every track across the states you can. It just makes you a more rounded driver. And when you're a rounded driver, you can really deal with small things coming up quicker because you have so much muscle memory and so much knowledge in your body about how the car feels in different scenarios.
I want to give a huge shout out to all of our partners involved with Global Time Attack, including Garrett, Ray's Wheels, Link ECU, CSF with all of their cooling supplies as well. Making sure that all of these cars are running in tip-top condition, whether it be from looking cool out there to making sure you put all the power to the ground, engine management, turbos, making sure everything runs consistently in terms of those temperatures. Global Time Attack has some great partners involved in all season here in 2024. And also, big shout out to everybody who's come out to Road Atlanta to watch the event. Always great seeing the fans in the seats, just cheering everybody along. And We always love seeing these big old cars get out there and start rumbling. And we were talking about it. If you guys are just sitting down there into the turn 10A, 10B complex, the car that's about to lead the way here, once we get the green flag, that Camaro was clocked at 191 miles an hour on the data earlier today. So we're about to see what Mike Dussault can do here once we get the green flag. And also a huge shout out to all of our viewers online between YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, everywhere that Global Time Attack is being pushed out there on the stream. Happy to have you joining in with us. If you ever have any questions, make sure to drop them in the chat there, and Cuban and I will do our best to answer everything that you ask.
Drivers waiting to be sent out. This is probably for some, I remember you and I had the conversation at COTA. For you, this was the calmest place. For some people, this is the most nerve-wracking. A lot of drivers just want to drive. Sitting on grid after you've already gotten in the zone, this is where they just want to go out on track. Not saying it's going to change or affect much, but when you're out there and you're ready to go and you're being held up at grid, it can really just start to irk you in your brain. So hopefully these guys are able to be sent out soon, and we'll get to see some lap times flying.
All right, looks like we got the cars rolling out onto the racetrack, led by Mike Dussault in that Camaro. I think that was Jackie Ding rolling out in the Supra behind. I think we see Johnny Sachowski as well as Ray Guerrero. Also got Alexander Gallardo rolling out in the Nissan Z. And then Anthony Pearson in that number 721 yellow Toyota Supra. Got about a handful of cars that are going to be here in this run group. And pay attention here at the very, very beginning. These high-strung cars, such as that Camaro and that red Toyota, they're going to be doing 1 or 2 laps. So they're going to be coming on their warm-up, and then they will be screaming down that back straightaway. Like we heard earlier, 190 miles an hour.
Hopefully he's able to cook it, to uncook it, to slow it down a little bit. He may not be hitting that speed again. He hit 191 when he just blew past a braking zone. So he may just be hitting 189, peasant numbers to you folk out there listening. But if he can put a lap together with that braking zone and everything else he's been doing, not only is the Pro Comp record out of, in his hands, but I feel we would see one of the fastest laps of the event here. Ferris obviously with the fastest lap at a 122, but we're not going to see him again. Those fueling issues are not working out in his favor, and you're never going to risk a car over a lap time, though we would love to tell him to do so. This is the second Corvette he has built, and we would like this one to continue to develop. For those of you who have not been paying attention, by the way, Ferris is going back to World Time Attack. He feels that the lap time he set down, though it won his class, was not indicative of what he and the car are capable of. So he's going to go back out there and try to show the world what that Texan can do. Not many Corvettes out in Australia, so you got to show up and let them know what's really at stake. We do have Mike Dussault starting his first flyer, and Jackie Ding going across start finish with a little bit of anger. I feel he may have turned it up a little bit, and Johnny Sachowski there in his Miata right behind him. I think the 2 lap times to really pay attention to this session are going to be Mike and Jackie's first laps, because if Jackie turned it up, I don't think he's going to set his fastest on the second lap. It's going to be this first one in a cool down.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I actually think Dussault's fastest lap is going to come on lap number 2, because traditionally what we've seen him do is go out there and put together a lap at speed, but then second lap, typically everything seems to be a little bit more up to temperature, whether that's tires, whether that's driver, whatever it may be, right? It seems to be that the second lap from that Camaro seems to be really on point. And something I noticed as well going into turn 1, as well as coming down the hill. I mean, you made the comment that Jackie Ding was on it coming down the hill, while Dussault was maybe kind of still getting up to speed through turn number 12. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't stand on it down the front straightaway, but we're about to see what this Camaro is going to do. And yeah, I feel like this next lap time is going to be much more hooked up. The first one, a 25.2.
Jackie really rotating that car down 12. That was terrifying to watch from the tower. My goodness. He is absolutely pushing the limit. I don't know if I poked the bear a little bit when I was talking about it earlier, but they can all hear me in the paddock. Jackie himself said a 25.678, boys and girls. That right there is Jackie Ding deciding that he wants that record back. Jackie is now the record holder here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta Street Rear-Wheel Drive. Amir Bentatune, that RS Future Coil Rad NSX, has now been topped by Jackie Ding at a 25.6. I guess that go ahead.
I was just going to say, another record has fallen, right? Robert Rushton first, and now Jackie Ding second.
Oh, completely sideways down 12. Oh, my gosh. We didn't catch that on stream, but he was a complete opposite lock, rear wheels in the grass. The fact that he was even able to recover that, I am shook right now. This man might have to come in. I hope his racing suit is brown so no one sees what happened in the car, because coming down 12 and having the entire rear come around at a 90-degree angle, whew. Right behind him, though, we do have Mike Dussault. Let's see if he can get down into like a 24.7, 24.6 in this car. 24.287. Mike Dussault is getting so close. He needs to do a 23.711 to take the record. He did a 23.9 yesterday. So he is working his way up, but Jackie Ding obviously didn't like me letting him know that the world A90s were on his shoulders, because he came out and just laid down an incredibly fast lap. Mike Dussault is getting with it right now. He is starting to gain some speed in that car. Alexander Gallardo with a 134.54, but Anthony Pearson in that street class Supra with 129.259, really pushing the limits. What's crazy is he did that 129.259 after recovering a full opposite lockdown 12, which means he definitely has pace in that car.
That mistake coming down through 12, it's if you let the car drift out too wide on driver's left coming up over the hill, you can find yourself actually on the exit.
Oh, he's in the grass again. He's in the grass again. He is pushing too hard into 12. Anthony, I know you want to beat Jackie, but my goodness, my friend, this man is, you know what it is? I got to watch the whole thing this time. He's exactly what you were saying. He is letting the car go too wide into 12, and he cannot turn it in.
And not only that, but when you have the car all the way out there, you're dealing with the dirty track, and let's just theoretically say that if he does have the left side on that exit curb, yes, you can use that traction to turn in, but it's an alligator curb out there. It's rumbly, so a lot of times it'll actually upset the car as they're turning in, and that's kind of what I expect happened. Is basically the car is not completely settled on the platform. When you're coming down the hill, he yanked the wheel to the right, and 2 laps in a row definitely had a little bit of a close call at a corner that doesn't have much runoff.
Yeah, and to let you know what we were looking at on production, he didn't just go off on the grass. He actually hit that huge drainage tube right there. If you saw that on stream, that is deeper than the grass, and if you caught it quick enough, we saw from the tower 2 of his tires hit that, and the entire car bottomed out and almost came into the air afterwards. So hopefully he doesn't have any damage to suspensions or wheels, but he took the entire car into the grass and went over that at speed. So I think he's found the limit of where he can go into 12, and it's great to see. Look, it's great to see him do it twice in a row. The reason I say that is it means he didn't gain any fear from the first one. He knew that he was on a flyer, and he just needs to set himself up in a way where he's actually going to make that turn, the actual entry of that turn.
I wouldn't doubt it if we see Pearson kind of call it a session. I know that Dussault has only been doing 2 laps, so I think that Camaro has already reached pit lane as well. Was hoping to see Jackie Ding go out there and maybe try to do another lap, but looks like one and done for that number 86. And still got a couple of those cars out there. And yeah, in fact, we do see Pearson in that yellow Supra come down into pit lane. I wouldn't doubt it if they call it a session there with that yellow car. And I think that leaves Ray out there in the white and black Porsche. As well as maybe Johnny Sachowski is still out there in the Miata.
This is going to lull down a little bit, but it's great to see Jackie Ding take the record by a little over a tenth. We have Mike Dussault with a 24.287. I'm not sure if you're going to see him go back out. I'm surprised Jackie didn't go back out. I mean, maybe he set the record and that's the end of the tires, but usually, even after a record-setting lap, he would come in, cool it off, look at it, and then go back out.
It's kind of been a theme that I've been seeing this weekend is a lot of these drivers, once they put down their fast lap, they kind of call it for the session. And I think that some of the faster cars, they got to cool down, right? You got to let everything come back down to temperature and make sure it's all operating well. But yeah, I was hoping to maybe see if that number 86 car could drop it down even further into the 25s. See if he can get that thing hooked up even more out there.
Well, yeah, and it's great. And honestly, it's obviously Jackie's using tires off of someone else's car, and it's great to see these teams coming together. But I feel if he pushed the car to the max on that lap, which it really did look like he did, before we saw the other Supra completely sideways down 12, Jackie's fastest lap had him correcting the car 4 or 5 times mid-corner on 12. He was absolutely pushing the limit of it.
I think the only car out on track is a little bit slow down the back straightaway here, so I think that is Ray Guerrero in that Porsche, might be calling it for the session. We're only about halfway through this, only about 10 minutes into group number 1, session 5, so just kind of have to be patient over here, see if we get any of these competitors back out on track, setting some lap times, and if so, we'll make sure to fill everybody in on all the action and what those lap times are. As always, big shout out to everybody that's in the grandstands that has come out to watch Global Time Attack, to watch the drift event here at Road Atlanta. And thank you to everybody online as well. That's Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. I've been reading it over here. There's some talk about food. Cuban, maybe you can kind of fill us in a little bit on what is the best snack shack at Road Atlanta this weekend?
You know what? Let me reach out to a few of my guys who have been up in the tower, and maybe I have an answer. Let's take a look at what our supporters have been up to on stream right now, and let's see if I can get you the best place to eat.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Braselton, Georgia for a 13th year of Global Time Attack Road Atlanta with Drift Atlanta. It's been a great event so far, and you know what? I haven't gotten an answer on what the best food place is up on the tower, but I can tell you that the Road Atlanta Cafe here on the Global Time Attack side is open from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. They always make a great burger, great sandwich. I can tell you though, right when you go up the hill, if you look left immediately, there is a shaved ice stand that I will be running to later. Weather does not affect me when it comes to shaved ice. I will eat shaved ice in the freezing cold or in the hot Arizona heat.
Still got the green flag for group number 1, their second session of the day left. And to fill in everybody, they will have 2 more sessions for every single run group. We'll go 3, 2, 1 again here before lunch. And then after lunch, we get that same stack. So 2 more sessions for each of these run groups today here with Global Time Attack.
It's been great, and they still have one more session after this one before lunch. Usually we would be going to lunch after the second session of the day, but because we consolidated down to 3 run groups, this Group 1 Session 5 is going to be coming to a checker, which means we're about to get Group 3 Session 6. That'll be 3rd session of the day, 6th session of the event. And I've been hearing from competitors, people out there have really been pushing themselves. I got people telling me they're rehydrating, they're really cramping out there because they weren't expecting the track to be so good. And you know as well as I do, when the track's good, you push yourself to the limit. You got to stay hydrated. The body's got to be ready to be out there on track.
Yes, definitely. You know, you got to do more than 1 lap to really get the sweat up. You know, the 3, or what is it, the 1 minute 20-second cardio session. You gotta really get working. But I think depending on the car, it can definitely be more physical. Some of the cars, they might not have power steering. Some of the newer cars, obviously all the newer cars do have all those power systems and all of those nannies, the aids to help them out, the ABS, the traction control. But not every car out here has all of that stuff. And yeah, the bigger the front tires, the more you got to use those muscles to turn the wheel. And then also just the smaller you put that steering wheel on that thing, the driver's really got to be able to muscle the thing around. And we are officially checkered flag here for this group. It was Mike Dussault that led the way with a 124.2 in the max effort class. Jackie Ding in the street class resets that class record. So the new carrot to chase by Jackie Ding in that number 86, a 125.678. That is the new record. Anthony Pearson, 129.2. Ray Guerrero in that GTX Porsche, a 130.3. Alexander Giardo with a 130.4. As we get to all of those official results from this run group up on the screen for everybody. Looks like we also have the class standings scrolling across the screen. We saw the enthusiast class with Robert Rushton in that new track record. Also got the street class, Jackie Ding with the new class records out here. And then jump on over to the limited class. Michael Sims currently leading the way with that one, a 131.91. And then basically it jumps over to the unlimited class that Ferris should be on top there still. The 122.1. Alex Giardo there with a 129.1 as well. So I think that things are kind of settled up in the unlimited class. And then GTX only has the 1 entry of Ray Guerrero, currently sitting at his fastest lap time of a 129.5. And we're just getting everybody lined up for group number 1. Everybody's getting lined up on pre-grid right now. So we'll be getting a green flag back on the track momentarily. And I can report that group number 3 is one of our busier run groups. It's got the most amount of cars. So there'll be plenty of action to follow along with.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to see if that black BMW does get back out on track. This group is going to be led out by Devin Hoffman, who has been going faster every session. Rob Wilmoth in the Audi RS3. Logan Kenseth was in this session in his Cadillac CTS-V, but sadly he did take a wall hit. I'm not sure if he's coming back out. Javier Torres in his Acura Integra. Alex Schwartz in that beautiful green Honda S2000. Mart Matchak in his BMW 340, Jose Sanchez in his Honda Civic 9th Gen SI, Brad Balcom, though he was registered in a Evo 10, the car was not able to make it, so he's actually in his Audi S4. Brandon Luthi in his Volkswagen Golf R, Druv Bazar and Spencer Matchak both in BMWs. These are the people who are out there about to go hot on group number 3. It does look like we do have cars going out on track now, being led out by Devin Hoffman, which is fantastic when it comes down to seeing these lap times start. Devin, who has been pushing pretty hard here. Rob Wilmoth right behind in that Audi RS3, also picking up lap time. Javier Torres in the Integra and Jose Sanchez, they are gridded together in the Honda Civic. They've both really started to pick it up. Both of those cars are in unlimited class, but it's because they run something like a NASA race group, etc., where they're used to running slicks, and obviously slicks puts you in unlimited class here immediately. So these cars aren't necessarily unlimited class cars, they just didn't have the proper tires and a few other things required to stay in class. And here is an overhead view of the beautiful Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. As you see what looks like Devin going around 10A, 10B to start her flying lap. You see more and more cars parking and starting to camp, getting ready for FD. More people sitting in the stands, watching our drivers go around, waiting for their event to start. This is going to be Devin starting her first flying lap here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
I see more fans over there at the Turn 10A, 10B complex. Welcome to Road Atlanta. Wonderful facility out here in Brazelton, Georgia. Beautiful May weekend, and couldn't ask for much better weather. Approaching 70 degrees out here in terms of ambient temperature. Has just been absolutely beautiful to put race cars on the racetrack, see smiling fans out there watching it all, and to go along with it, even 2 class records have been broken so far. And yesterday, the cars did nothing but get faster. The fastest session was actually after lunch in the afternoon. So I'm curious to see if any of these competitors will actually go back out there, because that was the trend. The track kept its speed, it kept going faster, so the potential is there. If you've already set something down, you can still go do better.
The track has not really gotten worse at all. Let's talk about it. So if you remember, when we started the entire run group, the entire session 5, 2 of the day, it was 63 degrees. It's only 67. We started yesterday's second group in the 70s. Today has been an incredible day for these drivers and the competition. So I think it's going to be a good fast session for drivers. If we get these guys out here, and the Robert Rushtins, the Mike Dussolds, the guys that come back out, I think they will still have a good track under them to be able to set a fast lap.
Hoffman comes down a 138.0 to start this one out, just getting up to speed in the Subaru. Jump up over turn number 1 and start another lap here and really get things going, and believe we'll get the rest of the cars crossing start-finish line here momentarily, as we've got about a handful of them out there on the track currently.
I am a big fan of any Integra you see on track. There's something about that body that just does it for me. I obviously own one, so I guess I'm a little biased, but from this car, James Houghton, every person who's brought out an Integra, a track-based Integra, that body just really does it for me. So it's great to see him out here really pushing the car and doing lap times.
We talked a lot yesterday about the development of front-wheel drive, right? And how these modern front-wheel drive cars have come so far, but I think when we talk about character in cars, the older front-wheel drive cars, they're so neat because they each have their own little individual character, whether it's the Integra or those old EG hatches, and even some of the Civics and Accords that get out there and go racing. And I'm with you, Cuban. I love those Integras, whether you call them an Acura or a Honda, it doesn't matter. Make sure it's a B18 C5 in the thing from the factory, and I am good.
I'm so glad you said that, because I'm still a B-Series guy. My Integra still has a B-Series in it. Mad love to the K-Series world. You really have to develop and move forward with technology, but I get to be a little bit of a purist when it comes to that. I think you're right, by the way. Devin's car under wide open throttle at the very end of the straight has a little bit of smoke coming out. It could be a little bit of oil burn. It could be out of an open breather from the catch cam, but there is a little bit of smoke coming out from the bottom of that Subaru. Now, to be fair, it is a Subaru. I would say that's not uncommon by any means, but that way her team knows, because they heard us commentating earlier and they asked if we thought it was smoke or oil dry, and after seeing it session after session, I'm going to have to agree. It's a little baby amount of smoke.
And with it being a Subaru, they got really big injectors on those things, and it could be some extra fuel when she's letting off the gas, but I tend to see it, and actually right there, the Integra looked like there might have been some fluid out of the front left corner, maybe even some tire rub going down there into turn number 1. So keep an eye on that white Integra as it finishes its lap. But what I saw out of the Subaru was more coming from underneath the car, which is indicative of usually like a leak or something like that. It's not coming out the pipes. So yeah, definitely something that you at least want to keep an eye on. And there comes the benefit of, let's say, a data logger, right? If you've got a data logger in the car, you can plug the computer in and simply download everything that car went through on these laps. You can look at the oil pressure, you can look at all of the temperatures and help try to pinpoint exactly what's going on if you can't find it visually.
Exactly, and we also have to remember these cars do run, she is running an external dump, but it's not off throttle per se. Whatever it is, it's obviously not affecting her, and it's not anything that's serious. She's not smelling it in the car. It's probably something small. It could be something as dumb as burn off, so if it's not slowing her down and she's still out there sitting fast laps, I'm all for it. Javier Torres, though, with a 136.068 with the fastest lap of this session right now. Javier Torres, of course, in that Acura Integra, so we talked about it a little bit. We gave him the commentator's crush instead of the curse. He's out there consistently doing 36s. He just did a 218 right there. We do see that Audi RS3 getting out of the way, sitting on the inside, which obviously he's doing his best job to get out of the way. He wasn't in the driver's line for turn one, but it's so difficult as a driver to pick your braking zone and turn in when you have a car in your line of sight like that.
Some of these cars screaming down the back straightaway here before they jump on the brakes there at turn 10A, and you trust me, you better have confidence in that brake pedal that it's going to have pressure. Make sure if you ran over those exit curbs at a 7, you do a little tap with your left foot there. Make sure you got the pressure all the way up and it's ready to slow that car down as we watch that Volkswagen Golf R of Brandon Luthi put down one of his warm-up times. He's currently sitting at a 45.1. Our fastest lap time of this session is Javier Torres in the number 21 Unlimited class car with a 136.0. Rob Wilmoth sitting in second right now in this run group at a 36.7, and then Devin Hoffman in that Subaru at a 37.0. So really those top three cars only separated by about 1 second when it comes to that lap time.
It is great to see they are going fast. There's zero doubt about that. The track is still in very good condition. It's 67 degrees. Now, the sun has now been beating on the track for, it's 10:40 right now, for a little bit over 3 hours, I'd say. Driving in, the sun came out late 6 o'clock. I think it was 6:40 when the sun really started putting its work in, 6:50. So it's been a good 2.5, 3 hours where the track has had sun. It feels good outside now. The sun is doing its job. So 67 degrees, sun has warmed up the track. There is a 1 to 3 mile an hour crosswind right now. Everything is screaming it's time to go fast.
Speaking of going fast, the number 21 raised his hand like Ricky Bobby and said, "Hey, I want to go fast." Javier Torres just put down his fastest lap of the weekend, a 135.4 in that white Integra. I'm looking, that is 3 seconds faster than what Torres ran yesterday. So that little Integra got some speed.
A good amount of it too, and that's great. They were having I don't want to say a slow day, it didn't seem they were putting it together yesterday, so they obviously spent overnight going over the car, talking to each other. As Devin does a 36.487, she said, "I don't want to be in 5th place in this session. I want to move up." Devin's fastest lap, of course, being a 35 right now, so she still has a little bit of room to find. Actually, I think she got into the 34s today, but she still has a little bit of room to find. So it's good that they're still going fast. Whatever's going on with her and her car, they're gaining the confidence. It's not like yesterday where they were in the 40s and trying to break into the 30s. Now she's consistently in the 35, 36, 37 range, which means it's so much easier for her to pull time out because she's not trying to catch up to where she was.
Cars stream through turn 5 and towards turn 6 and 7. We get that number 21 of Javier Torres coming down pit lane here. So I think the Integra is going to call it a session here before lunch. And we're just past halfway through the session, about 11 and a half minutes completed here for group number 3, their 3rd session here this morning. So as I usually say in racing, the sand is starting to run out of the hourglass. If you're trying to accomplish some goals and you have yet to check them off your list, well, you're starting to run out of time to be able to do that.
That's a great way to put it. Absolutely. They're running out of them little drops of sand. They're running out of time. Every session you go out and don't set a fast lap is just, it's another session that puts you closer to the end of the event. And obviously, Devin now do a 36.160. Let's see what Brandon Luthi does right behind her. 54.3, so he was either on a cool down or made a couple mistakes. Every session you don't make a faster lap puts more stress on you for the following session. they definitely want to go out there and try and lay down the lap, at least something that they're happy with, so they can really turn it up and make and take risks. When you're out there and you haven't laid down a fast lap on what you would call a safe setup, how do you go out and take risks because you may not ever lay down a lap you're happy with?
Somebody to give a shout out to is the driver, the number 27. That's Mark Matic, and his last lap was a little bit of a warm-up, but he has put down a 141.9. His previous fast lap all weekend out here was a 42.9. So that white BMW, that F chassis car, has dropped their lap time another 1 second, and they're still out there on the racetrack. And these drivers with these cars, they can turn the consistent laps. A lot of times what we'll see is they'll go out there and they'll do a fast lap or a couple fast laps, maybe a few fast laps, and then they just kind of take a little bit of a mental reset. Is there? We've got a spin coming up over the hill in turn number 3. I was looking at it, and there was a big lazy spin up over turn number 3, just jumped the car really hard over that curb, and then had a big old tank slapper, but was thankfully able to stand on the brakes. Remember, both feet in when you spin, lock that thing down before it gets to the tires.
Well, he did a good job of recovering it before it actually ended up in the tire wall. But this is a combination, right? I'm going to go ahead and just throw it out there. This is a combination of drivers being on such a good track, but the track still being relatively cold. So they're pushing hard, but they have to find the limit of the grip before the limit of the grip finds them. And luckily, that wasn't anything too serious, but we have seen other drivers push a little past. Now, these last couple sessions, we've gotten lucky. Anthony Pearson going down 12 and, first time to complete opposite lock and second time down the grass. These drivers, as of late, have gotten a little bit luckier than the drivers previously, but everyone is trying to allowing the car to find the limit instead of them finding the limit for themselves.
Rob Wilmoth in that Audi RS3 doing really consistent laps, put down a 136.1 in terms of this session. That's pretty much right on top of the fastest lap time for that Audi all day at a 36.0. So pretty much replicating that. Nice, good consistency out of Rob here with the lap times that he's starting to put down. And yeah, no problems on the racetrack. We had that car go out there and just have that little tank slapper spin, but everything is back up and running. And Cuban, was it actually Javier Torres in the Integra after he cooled everything down, maybe on the outlap, spun it?
No, it was a BMW. I believe that was Mark Matic.
Okay, copy. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it because Javier's lap time 5.5 minutes there. Mark's last was about a 1:42. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
And I may be incorrect, but it did look like an older body style BMW from the aerial shot. I was watching it while you were calling something else. Javier came into the pits and had his team look at the car, so I do not believe it was him.
Yeah, Javier's back out there on the racetrack. I think I agree with you. It looked to be like the white BMW here, but it was a 1:55, only about 10 seconds slower than their previous lap time, and that spin I think would cost a little bit more.
Yeah, and it could have been Druv Bazaar also. I'm not sure if his car is white. Druv is also in a E36 older body style M3. It's car number 19. It may actually have been him. I make a terrible mistake of confusing the entire Maciak Druv crew because they hang out together, they pit together. It feels bad because it's like the epitome of car racism. So you're saying all our cars look the same? I am. I'm sorry. So it may have been one of those two also, but good news is whoever it was, they were able to take care of it and get it off track and come in and be checked out. For those wondering, we do have a rule, obviously, at most time attack orgs or even time trial orgs. If you spin more than 90 or go 4 off, you bring the car in so it can be looked over to make sure nothing has come loose, nothing is dangling off the car, nothing is damaged, to not only protect yourself but other competitors out on track. So whoever it was, they already came in, they've been looked out. Now the question is, have they gone back out yet?
It is Javier Torres leading one of the Subarus down the hill. I believe that might be Devin Hoffman behind. Could be wrong there. I think there's also that Golf R out there of Brandon Luthi, and then also this white F chassis car as they come screaming across the start-finish line and start their lap again, going up towards turn number 3 right now. So just everybody still out there doing laps. Got a few minutes left here in group number 3, their third session of the day. So if any of these drivers are looking to improve on their lap time, I'm looking towards that Integra, that number 21 of Javier Torres, because the last lap time was a 35.6. His previous best, a 35.4. So I think if we're looking for one specific car at the end of this session, it might be that Integra still pushing it.
Well, he is pushing it, and from the tower I can hear him. He has no fear of keeping his foot down there. He had a quick lift going down 12, then planted it afterwards. So he's being comfortable in the car. Devin down to a 35.828, but Javier's last lap was a 33.691.
I think that Devin is actually using that Integra as a little bit of a carrot to chase now. It's a little bit out in front of it now, but Devin doing a great job pretty much replicating her fastest lap time with that 35.8. But Javier Torres dropped that lap time. You had mentioned it. Very committed going down the hill. New fast lap for that car, a 33.6. We are still green flag for the session, but got the results up on screen for everybody. Javier Torres, I just mentioned, did that 133.6 in that white Integra. I believe that he is still on a fast lap. And then Devin Hoffman, the Subaru, has done 8 laps out there. Great job going out there and consistently turning laps. I am a firm believer that the more practice you have, the more seat time, the better. That is just logging laps into the memory bank. That is logging turns into the memory bank, and you can always learn from every single turn out there. Devin Hoffman's fastest lap, she did a 135.82. Rob Wilmoth in the limited class is sitting at a 36.3. Mark Matic in that white BMW at a 41.7. Brandon Luthi at a 45.1. And Druv in a enthusiast class vehicle at a 46.0.
I think those times are going to end the session. We're about 19 minutes and 50 seconds into the session, so it's going to end any moment now. I think they're going to throw the checkered flag. It does look like Javier Torres is coming into the pits. Everyone who has laid down fast laps is coming in, so we're going to see Group 2, Session 6 start to line up soon. Group 2, Session 6, I'm not sure if they're already in the hot pits ready to be sent out, but if they are, they should be going out very shortly.
I think I actually see the flag stand at start finish with the checkered flag out. So, Cuban, you are right on point with that timing. Checkered flag for group number 3, which means we should get group number 2 with a green flag very shortly.
This does look like Group 1 is getting lined up. I'm sorry, Group 2 is getting lined up, getting ready to go out. This is going to be their final run before lunch. Right now, it looks like we just have Mr. Miller in his Porsche and Kevin Parlett. This is the pro and con of running so many sessions back to back. Obviously, Road Atlanta here at Michelin Raceway, we have the track to ourselves from 8 in the morning until about 1 p.m., a little before 1 p.m. So with that comes the fact that we're putting them out session after session. This isn't a track event or a competition where we have 8 hours in the day and we can separate them and we can have things in between and take nice long lunches. These competitors have to be ready to go and go and go. And you know what? If they have a failure of sorts or if they have something happen, they don't have very much time to fix it. I don't know if you know much about like competitive drag racing. But if your drag race was the last one of the group and you're first on the next one, you got 20 minutes max to get back out there. So it's kind of like that. They have to go out there. They have to make sure they and the cars are ready to go and get back out as quickly as they can.
I think the benefit that the competitors have here is hopefully, I got my fingers crossed that hopefully they're not rebuilding motors pretty much after every single lap like some of those top fuel guys do. And it's pretty amazing, those drag races. And if anybody has not been to an NHRA event, I highly urge you to go and do it. It may not be everybody's fancy in terms of watching the motorsport, but trust me, it's very much like a sporting event that you go, and the sights and the sounds that you get from those drag race cars, it is unlike anything else in the world. Maybe the only similar thing would be the flight deck of an aircraft carrier.
Absolutely. And you know, you're not wrong. I love any time that you can compare racing to the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. Brings out a whole different level of nerd out of me, and I enjoy that. Good thing about these drivers, though, is every single one of these drivers has set personal bests, and if they can go out there and continue to do so, I think that's going to be really impressive, especially when they can finally relax. When they get off track, they get to relax and eat lunch and take a breath until the last time they get to go out.
I think we're just waiting for them to release the cars. We'll have a green flag here shortly. It's always good to see more and more of these Group 2 cars going to pre-grid and starting to line up. I think it's Sean Bassett up there, followed with Michael Sims. I also see, I believe it's Kevin Parlett that you were mentioning there, Cuban, in that Infinity G, as well as Adam James in that BMW, that baby blue BMW M2. And then I also see that Mercedes AMG of Wes Humphreys lined up back there. And I think out of all of them, Cuban, that Mercedes, I think I'd look pretty good cruising down the street in that thing.
I think that those things are comfortable as can be, and even the race car version looks super comfortable. All the ones that were at COTA that I have gotten to see year after year.
Looks like we officially have the green flag being waved for group number 2, their final session before lunch. They're making their way out onto the racetrack, led by that Datsun 240Z of Sean Bassett, and then Michael Sims in the Porsche. Also had Kevin Parlett in that Infiniti. Adam James in that baby blue BMW M2. And then got that Volkswagen Golf R of Kyle Gurney and Wes Humphreys in the Mercedes AMG GTS rounding out the field. I don't know if I saw Robert Rushton go back out there. And remember, we've mentioned Robert Rushton in that Honda Civic Type R a few times. He had reset the enthusiast class record yesterday with a 134.4 and then reset it again earlier this morning, the 134.2, I believe. So curious to see if that Honda is going to be done for the day or if he's got anything else left in the tank. And get everybody out there on their warm-up laps. Just get everything up to temperature. Make sure you're all good. This is the final session for group number 2 before lunch. They'll still have one more session to go after we fill up our bellies full of food, and things can even get faster after lunch. And that's what we saw yesterday. It was just a trending theme that the fastest laps out of all day were set in the afternoon after lunch.
Absolutely, and it's great to see these guys set themselves up and put them in a place where they can lay a fast lap now and hopefully the very last session of the day try to just put it all out there. That is Sean Bassett in his max effort class Datsun, starting his first flyer. He's going to be followed by this GT3 RS right here. This car is in the 32s now. It's pretty wild to say, but Michael Sims is in the 32s, and Kevin Parlett right behind him has gotten himself in the 33s. Michael Sims had never laid a lap down here once before coming to this event. He was in the 40s yesterday, and that makes sense. It's not an easy track. There's a lot of elevation change. There's a lot of areas where you don't realize you can carry as much speed as you can, and then like turn 1, like we've seen, there's a lot of areas that look like you can carry more speed that are dangerous. Turn 5 exit, you really have to work your way into lap times here.
It's not a track that accepts mistakes very lightly. You know, usually when you go off here, you're going at a pretty good clip of speed, and that unfortunately means you usually hit a tire wall at the end of it. And I think we've seen a couple of offs, but the majority of the offs, have kind of ended in the tires out there. And looks like we've got the beginning group of cars down the back straightaway right now. So led by Sean Bassett and Michael Sims, we'll be having some lap times come down as the 240Z crosses the line right in front of the tower. A 131.255, the fastest lap that the 240Z has put down.
It is, and you know what? You're totally right. You mentioned this earlier, but that beautifully painted Garrett on that intercooler, it's just such a beautiful thing to look at right as he's laying his fastest lap. Michael Sims behind him, though, at a 131.540, and let's see if Kevin Parlett kept up with Michael Sims. He is fastest in the 33. He's at a 34.529, so he's got to work his way back to his fastest lap. We're going to have Adam James in that beautiful blue BMW M2. I am a rapper. Laying down a possible fast lap. It takes a second for that to come back to you, but I was trying to get away from that cringe thing I just said. Adam James in that M2 with a 137.512, so he is kind of far away from his fastest lap. But Kyle Gurney at a 37.417. Wes Humphreys had done a 35 earlier, and he does another 35 in this Mercedes. It's incredible seeing these Grand Touring cars that were not necessarily ever meant to be track cars. If you watch a lot of British Top Gear, they talk about, these are Grand Touring cars. They're meant to go fast, but on the highway and comfort and take road trips. Seeing them out here just laying down fast lap after fast lap, it's so incredible for us in the tower and for a lot of the fans that are watching at home.
Sean Bassett crosses the line again. The 240Z, 31.5, so slightly slower, but still faster than he's gone all weekend so far. Great consistency out of the 240Z, and it looks like they're just continuing to do the fast laps out there, so the car looks pretty consistent, looks pretty hooked up for Sean right now. And Michael Sims also crossed the line a little bit lower or I should say a little bit slower of a lap time there out of the Porsche, down to a 34.4. So a few seconds off of his previous fastest, that first lap, as we get that BMW M2 coming down the hill of Adam James. And there we go. That's the lap that I think that we were waiting for. 34.4 puts him right back on the board.
The consistency of Sean Bassett, 31.2 to a 31.5. Michael Sims lost a good 3-4 seconds on that lap, so he probably made a mistake. But same Adam James is going to come around again, but he is 34 after 34. Wes Humphries lost about 10 seconds on his lap, so that Mercedes, again, same thing. Maybe he just does one and cools it down. We don't know how well that thing does on tires. She's a big girl, so she could, put a lot of wear and tear on those tires. Kyle Gurney went faster on his second lap. Here's Sean on his third. And it's nice to see Sean keeping pace because he's coming back to start finish over and over. He just did a 32.061 right now, so he's staying very close and consistent on his times.
He is close and consistent, but the one thing that is trending is that it's getting slower every single lap time. So he is able to do those 3 consistent laps, but it was about 3 or 4 tenths slower on lap number 2, and then another 3 or 4 tenths slower on lap number 3. And that tells me a couple things. One possibility, the tire pressure, right? They had the tire pressure optimal for that first lap. And then once you do that first lap, it just kind of balloons up a little bit too high. So the balance might still be there, but the overall grip might not be there. And then on lap number 3, it's just kind of compounded the situation. So that could just be one of the potentials that car is running into.
It's hard to tell. This is obviously Fields Craft here, but from up in the tower, every time Kyle Gurney's been coming up and over 12, he's just been picking up a little bit more speed. You could really see some drivers attacking 12 from the very top, other drivers trying to carry more speed to the middle, and Jackie Ding, Kyle Gurney, Alan Patton, all these drivers have been attacking from the very top of 12. And it's a scarier place to do so, but I think that for the most part, they've been gaining the most speed. At the same time, though, you have to be able to make that turn in, as we saw earlier with that the other Super that had a few run-ins with turn 12. But it's been great to see that. The drivers like Sean Bassett, he's been trying to carry more in the middle, but you could see him twitching a little bit. He's making small adjustments in the middle of 12, and yeah, from like the driver's seat, maybe it doesn't feel so crazy, but from the tower, when you watch someone constantly at opposite lockdown 12, you just think the worst is going to happen.
Saw Sean Bassett bring the car into pit lane after the 3 hot laps with that awesome Garrett logo right there on the intercooler. Make sure everybody sees what is power in that vehicle underneath the hood there, and getting the shots of the BMW M2 crossing the start-finish line here. Let's see what lap time Adam James was just able to put down there as timing and scoring updates on our side of things. And looks like it was a little bit of a warm-up lap and 141.3. So I expect this next lap from the BMW to be back on pace. His fastest lap so far at 34.1. So that was about 7 seconds or so, just kind of slowing it down, cooling everything down, and then going for another attempt. I'm going to make the comment too that this white, I believe it is Kyle Gurney. Correct me if I'm wrong there at the top of turn 3, now going down through the S's, but being pretty aggressive going up and over turn 3. Could have also been Michael Sims in that white Porsche. Both of those white cars doing a really good job at the top of the hill there in turn number 3. I mentioned it earlier. You got to cut turn 3. You got to be able to nail it up over the curb if you want to make a good lap time here at Road Atlanta, because that speed carries you all the way down the S's.
Yes, and he is someone that has been attacking 3 very hard. I think we caught him yesterday carrying too much speed out of the S's, funny enough, and he just kind of pushed out of 5, and he had to lift a little bit, which I'm sure cost him a lot of lap time.
Only about halfway through this session out here. This is group number 2. Still have group number 1 as the final session before lunchtime, right? And then we'll take a small break, about a half-hour break here after group number 1. And get back to it with some more on-track action right after lunch as Adam James crossed the line with a 134.4. Not quite faster than what he has gone. Pretty dang close. His previous fastest this session at 34.1, so only about 0.3 off.
We're getting to the point where being 0.3 off is no longer considered consistent. We're almost at the end of the event. They got to be 0.3 ahead now. Michael Sims, obviously, fastest lap now on his 5th lap at a 1:31.141, which is great. I mean, so impressive. Never done a lap here every session, but it also shows you how much potential that car as a whole has. Sean Bassett obviously did his 3 laps and came in. Adam James, 34.153. He has been one of the most consistent drivers here. If anything, it tells you 2 things. He is great in that car, and that car does great for lap after lap. Kevin Parlett has not seen the 33s again since he laid down that 33 lap this morning. Maybe he is one of the drivers that needed that super cool weather. I can tell you that right now, it is still 67 degrees. I stick my hand outside. We got a little 1 mile an hour crosswind. It's beautiful weather. To everyone who isn't here, to everyone who usually tracks, like my dearest friend Nicholas Bright, who usually brings me gifts at the track, and his spoon car, and he usually supports Robert Rushton. He hasn't come, and I sent him a text letting him know it's the best weather we've ever had here, and I hope he never gets to drive this track in this good of weather for missing this event. But everyone here has been really pushing themselves. And to still be in the 60-degree range at 11:08 in the morning, I think that this weekend as a whole has been incredible. And especially for these fans, it's usually humid and in the mid to high 70s by now. This is such a good time to be here. So if you're local to Braselton, Georgia, if you're anywhere near this racetrack, I think it's time for you to come down and see what's going on.
Come down and see all of the action that Global Time Attack puts on with Garrett, Rays, Link ECU, CSF, all of the amazing partners. You can check out the vendor tents as well between the 2 paddocks. You can come over and get friendly with all of the competitors. They will gladly answer any questions that you've got about the car, as long as they're not wrenching on it, covered in oil, and coming back out from on track. But everybody is very friendly, so I just want to echo what Cuban is saying, is that if you're not physically here at Road Atlanta and you are in the area and listening to us right now, hop in that car, because there's still a few hours left of some good on-track action. And not only Global Time Attack is here, but also have the drift event going on. And so lots of action here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.
Well, and speaking of action, while you were talking about how great it was and to come down like us, Joshua Briggs did a 128.192 in that K-Series Miata. Been stuck in the 30s, hasn't been able to put a lap together, but 128.192 across start finish. Now that's what I'm talking about. Just like you just saw right there, Mr. Adam James with 2 wheels on the curbing. That shows you how much he's carrying through 12.
Still got some of those cars out there, and have about a handful of minutes, about 5 minutes left here in group number 2 here. Then we'll get group 1 lined up. See this Volkswagen R cross the line here of Kyle Gurney. So the lap time they put down, 144.3, so a little bit of a cool down lap, but he did go across start finish at speed, so I expect this lap that he's on right now to be another flyer. And just as I've seen previously on a few of his laps, it's really got light brake pedal pressure going into the entry of turn 1, so much so that the brake lights are actually kind of flashing on and off as he goes into the corner there. And That can be typical of a front-wheel drive car. You really got to balance that pedal pressure in order to get the right amount of weight on the nose, not overload the nose, because then all of a sudden you get into an understeer situation. So it is that delicate balance, that dance of putting the right amount of weight, but not too much to help the thing turn.
So it could be as simple as a brake tap, or you may have to put your foot really into it. Every car is a little bit different, and it also depends on the speed you're carrying and how hard the corner is. Sometimes in kink situations like a button willow through the bus stop, it's as simple as a brake touch. In other corners, you never touch the front brakes, and you hope the car just stays loaded through the corner. And in a lot of situations, though, like you said, you really got to find that perfect balance, because if you put too much weight transfer to the front, the car pushes because all the weight's there. If you don't put enough weight transfer, the car pushes because it has no traction. Imagine being told that too much and too little both lead to the same scenario.
I guess the best way to think about it is the car should be on the edge of the grip limit, right there at the limit of adhesion, maybe a couple percent shy of it. So that way, when you do have the transfer of weight, it's still doing something to the vehicle. But you're right. As soon as you go over that threshold, you can't go beyond 100% grip level. It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if you go into a compression or into a banking area of some sort and you get the car helping with the track being gripped up. But once you go past that limit of adhesion, it's going to stop gripping, whether that's understeer, whether that's the rear coming out from being too happy with the right foot. Once you get past that limit, you just got to be quick with the hands usually.
Fast hands make a fast race car. And I think for those of you that are watching from home, you mentioned something about 100% a limit, and 100% a grip, and you're absolutely correct. And the best way to tell someone that is that you can't give a car 100% throttle and 100% steering. It won't work. It's almost like a piece of string has to be attached to you. If the wheel is turning, that string is lifting your foot up. If the wheel is straight, your foot can be all the way down. And you can do that to really mentally just to tell yourself, hey, I'm giving this 30% turning input. I need to at least release 30% throttle to have the grip level the car can have. Doesn't mean you're going to make the corner with that grip level, but it's a good understanding.
Still got a few minutes left here in the run group before we get group number one out there on the racetrack. And correct me if I missed it here, Cuban, but Joshua Briggs in that number one Mazda Miata in the Unlimited class was able to go out there and improve that lap time down to a 1:28.1. So by far the fastest car here in the run group.
Yeah, he did. I cut you off. I didn't mean to, but I cut you off at the end of something to throw it out there. He has been stuck in the 34, 35 range, and whatever happened, him and his team got it together because he did a one and done 28.192 with that K-Series Miata. It's incredible to see.
As we've officially got our checkered flag out for this run group, the driver and car that we were just talking about, that's Joshua Briggs, a 1:28.1, the fastest car of the run group. Michael Sims in the number 11 Porsche, that is a limited class car, finishes with a 1:31.1. Sean Bassett in that max effort 240Z that we saw early in the session, lap time of a 1:31.2. Adam James in that BMW street class car, 34.1. Kevin Parlett with a 34.5. Wes Humphreys in that Mercedes AMG with a 35.5. And Kyle Gurney in the Volkswagen with a 36.3.
That is going to be the checkered flag of the group, as you said. That means that Group 1, Session 6, that's going to be Group 1, third session of the day for them, is going to be getting on grid. Here are the final two. You could call this a parade lap if you wanted to. They were probably both on flyers and had to slow down, and you never know the checker's going to be out till you get to start finish, so they're going to work their way around. It does look like We have the Miata lined up. I didn't catch the other two cars behind him. I was looking away at the wrong time. But we'll see who gets lined up here for Group 1. There's a good chance that Dussault and Jackie save their tires for the final session of the day, especially if they only have one left. And obviously we've been running them so fast that this actually isn't enough time to really cool down engine oil or coolant. No matter how much you think it happens quickly, we just had a session for these guys. So especially for people like Jackie where temperatures matter, he may just want to let the car sit and relax and go out on that final session.
I think the one benefit, most of these cars only do a couple laps, so tires shouldn't be an issue too much out there. You know, barely get them even up to a heat cycle. So I think the tires should have plenty of life left. And there is that Camaro. Mike Dussault rolling down onto pre-grid. So maybe we'll see another 190 plus mile an hour pass. And maybe we will see that record eventually fall, because Dussault yesterday did a 1:23.9. That record is sitting at a 23.7. So excruciatingly close. That Camaro has got a shot.
Looks like they are just waiting there, sitting and waiting for Tony to send them out on grid. This will be 4 or 5 cars at max. This is going to be their final run before lunch. I think we're going to see Mike in the Dussault Designs Camaro do probably 2 hot laps and call it. See if Johnny can really pick up the pace. We have that K-Series Miata now in the 28s. That means Johnny's got to put in some work. It looks like that 4-cylinder Miata is dominating. K-Series greater than LS, they say?
Got our official results up on the screen for anybody watching here for that group number 2. Like we read them out earlier, it was Briggs, Sims, Bassett, James, Parlett, Humphreys, and Gurney. The 7 cars that were out there between Unlimited, Limited, Max Effort, and Street Class. Had 4 different classes there in that run group, and should be getting Group 1 out here pretty quickly, and just curious to see who all's going to go put down a lap time. I think that everybody's came to see the big cars. I see even more people lined up. I see cars streaming in to the infield to get their parking done in there, and yeah, I want to see Dussault go out there, and maybe we can make it 3 for 3, get another record done here today.
That would be fantastic. See 3 records fall at the same event. The records here at Road Atlanta don't fall very often. It's not even that the cars aren't capable of it. It's a couple things, and people wonder, you know, well, what makes a record a record? It has to be obviously during a sanctioned event. It cannot be the week after with the same car. That doesn't matter. It has to be during a sanctioned event. But putting it all together here and at Buttonwillow, the 2 tracks that I see the most where records are absolutely able to fall that year and they don't, it's just putting it all together here at Road Atlanta and having everything work in your favor is just so rough.
Looks like we got a green flag out there on the racetrack, and that means about 20 minutes of action here before we take a break for lunch. And if you come to watch some fast cars, trust me, this is the group that you want to keep an eye on. Cuban was saying 4 digits in terms of the horsepower number that candy red Camaro has, so listen to that thing and just watch the potential of it as it screams down that back straightaway. I'm curious to see what the Dussault strategy is going to be here. Typically, what we've seen this weekend is a warm-up lap at speed, And then the second lap is really the flyer lap, and that tells me either that the driver is getting up to speed or the temperatures are still getting up to the balance point in the car. And if it is that latter, I would tell my driver to go out there and be very, very aggressive on this warm-up lap, getting everything that they can, because if you can start lap number 1 maybe that little bit better, you might be able to grab that record. And I can say that it looks a little bit more at speed coming through turn number 12 to start this first lap. We're going to have to just kind of wait and see. It's only going to take about a minute and a half.
It's also crazy because from the tower, this car and the Dussault car sound so similar. If you were turned around and not watching, you wouldn't even know what car was coming down the front straight. That LS scream is real. So it did look like he was pushing more. Mike Dussault is driving the vehicle. Mike Dussault is the team owner. He is the guy that wheels and deals the car. And it's very hard to tell. I've never actually asked him what his strat is, but at the same time, I feel like he does what he feels is best based on the session. There'll be times when he is, warming up for a couple laps and lays a flyer. There'll be other times where he really, really sends it on that first one. So on track right now is Mike Dussault, Johnny Sachowski in his Miata, Ray Guerrero in that GTX class, Porsche GT2 RS, and then Alexander Gallardo in his Unlimited class 350Z. There are 3 cars here that are LS powered, and if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't even know which one was going down the front straight.
There's no I already screwed that up, right? There's no replacement for displacement, is what they say. Finally got it right there, spit the words out of my mouth, and here comes that Camaro across the start-finish line. Let's see what timing and scoring pops it up. Remember, we're looking for a 23.7. That would be the record, and most of the early lap times have been 24s, 25s out of Mike here, and still just waiting for it to pop up a 24.5 that first time around. So, I mean, talk about extreme consistency. Let's see if he can pick up the pace on lap number 2.
Well, and there is a replacement for displacement. It's forced induction, my friend. You take a small motor and a big turbo, same result. But you do have Ray Guerrero at a 131.550, Johnny Sachowski coming into the pits. Right behind him is Alexander Gallardo, who has been finding pace. Whatever he had figured out, he's real. Holy, he is in the grass. He was really doing everything in his power to try and use that max amount of the racetrack, and he's really smart to not completely lift right there, but to get the car under control, because being off in the grass with just the left tires can turn into a tank slapper really fast, and a tank slapper down the front straight never ends well.
Just have to be aware. Thankfully, the car was only about, just the left sides of the tires off into that grass there, but you're right. You don't want to yank the car back out onto the racetrack. As soon as you start putting in aggressive steering inputs, usually the car kind of does some funny things, especially when you're kind of in the middle between corners. And are we getting shots there? Looks to be a car in the wall coming out of turn number 5. Is this the Camaro? Because this is well down the straightaway towards turn number 6.
I don't think he's in the wall. I think he pulled off. There's no skid marks. I think he pulled off. He's too perfectly straight. He probably had some kind of issue, be it temperature, be it something, and if so, he just, he's never going to risk this car. He's just pulled it off to make sure everything stays safe. Or it's damaged. I mean, maybe a motor let go, a turbo let go, etc. But for the first time this weekend, I think I can confidently say that car did not end up in the wall.
And did you see how smart he was that he parked it in the shade? I mean, if you're going to be strapped into the race car, you might as well be in the shade, right?
I agree. I was going to make that same comment. I got confirmation from our drone pilot. He did pull off. He was going slower, and then he pulled off.
Yeah, and you look at the car. I thought that this was further towards turn 5 where we saw that Cadillac go off earlier, but this is actually at the entry to turn number 6. So you're right. He probably identified a problem exiting turn number 5, saw it on the dash, and then simply pulled the car off to driver's left. Everybody's going to be made aware of that from the corner station going in there. They'll have the yellow flag, and they'll see the car on driver's left side of the racetrack. So hopefully it shouldn't affect the other drivers too much. However, you never want to be right on the edge of the racetrack with a parked car right there. So maybe the ultimate lap time might not be set here with that car parked out there.
It wouldn't be. The thing is, it would be a waving yellow, but he's not anywhere near the actual line. He is on the side of the track drivers would be, but he's not in a dangerous zone. So it's very hard to tell. And funny enough, I bet you he's hard to see also because he is parked in the shade. It's hard enough to see from the drone. If we hadn't zoomed in on it, you see how it's on the bottom right corner? 90% of people would miss that.
What we're going to do is we're probably just going to stay green flag and, like Cuban said, have a waving yellow down there. So I do think that it's totally safe to continue the operations. I just don't know how much we're going to get the drivers actually pushing it going into turn number 6. So that Camaro is just going to have to patiently wait until the wreckers can go back out there during lunchtime. And actually, speaking of, looks like we're going to have the session stop because I see the wreckers coming out of the pit lane right now. Go collect that Camaro.
Again, he's not in an unsafe place, but that doesn't mean he's in a safe place either. Usually they leave cars alone if they're on the inside of a corner or they're somewhere where it's physically impossible for a car to hit you. But he's in the shade, the car is dark. It's at the end of a pretty high-speed section where people are going to be getting on the brakes. But I love how Road Atlanta designed this. Did you see how there's a cutout right there? So there's not just the cutout after 5. There's a cutout right before 6. They really designed this place well to be able to get cars out of the way if needed.
Absolutely. Part of the upgrades for road racing, you got to make sure the facility is able to evacuate stuff as needed. And if you look throughout all of this racetrack, there will be plenty of cutouts at most corner stations, right? Because if you got somebody there to help you, you'll probably be able to get behind the wall as well. So you see it coming down through the S's there, then after the exit of turn 5 on driver's left side. And then most of the time, they're also identified by that orange tire bundle. You typically have the white and blue tire bundles lining the side of the racetrack. And then on the cutouts, typically, identify it with a little piece of orange on that guardrail, and there you see it again down there by the Camaro, the little piece of orange signifying that there is a cutout in the wall.
You're 100% correct because people aren't going to see that. When you're driving, they have to signify. You can't see over the wall to the other wall. This is a car that's going to be difficult to get on a tow rig, I think, just because of its overall design. They obviously have, tow straps, etc. But what they are lacking is a lot of ground clearance in the front. So they're really going to have to work carefully to get this car off. This is the final run group of this session, and we are already 10 minutes in. So we'll stick around a little bit, see if we go hot again. If not, let's go ahead and get the schedule up so you guys know when we're back from lunch. And then also possibly go over the standings. Right now, we are at the end of the Time Attack Session 3. Near the end. In about 10 minutes, we go to lunch. Lunch is only 30 minutes, guys. It's 11:40 to 12:10. So between 11:40 and 12:10, we'll be cold, and then that final session will go hot. Got about 20 minutes after the final session, and then we'll go ahead and throw the awards out from 1:40 to 2 p.m. Looks like we do have some records broken, which are great. That's going to be good for us. And then maybe we can see the standings for the weekend right now if I'm putting my production crew on blast here. But let's see if we can get the standings for the weekend. Joey's been killing it reading these things off.
You just like it when I do your job out here, Cuban, don't you?
Our job.
Our job.
Our job.
But you're right. We've had a lot of running out there. So we've had various different classes. We've only got down to the 3 run groups today, but we still have all of the classes. And right now on top of that enthusiast class is Robert Rushton. Remember, reset the track record earlier today with a 34.25. Then you got that whole Matyak clan as well inside that enthusiast class. Taylor 37.6 and Mark with a 41.7. Brad Balcom sitting there in 4th with Brandon Luthia in 5th. Druv in 6th, and then Spencer, the last of the Matyak clan, that 7th car in the enthusiast class. And then we hop on over to the street class cars where we've had a little bit more competition as well over here. We've seen a couple of the records fall between the different classes. Jackie Ding currently dropped that class record down to a 25.6. Alan Patton right behind at 25.8, but unfortunately, remember, Alan ended up in the wall right after that lap. 28.8 out of Anthony Pearson there in third. Kyle McHugh sitting in fourth. Adam James in fifth. Jonathan Wheeler in sixth. Devin Hoffman in the Subaru consistently improving, sitting seventh in that street class. And Logan Kenseth, another unfortunate car to meet the tire wall a little bit earlier today, rounds out the 8 cars in that street class. And then that brings up the limited class over here. Michael Sims in that Porsche, currently leading the way, a healthy margin, a 131.1 over a 133.9 out of Kevin Parlett. Wes Humphreys in the Mercedes sitting third, 135.5. Rob Wilmoth in fourth. Kyle Gurney sitting fifth, and Alex Schwartz rounding out the 6 cars that are taking place in the unlimited classes. This Camaro is going down the back straightaway right now, so if you're in the grandstands and you want the shot of it going nice and slow, now's your opportunity as we get the unlimited class results. Ferris in that twin turbo Corvette put down a 22.1 yesterday. We got Josh Briggs in the Miata at a 28.1. Alex Giardo in that Z powered car, a 29.1. Javier Torres with a 33.6, and Jose Sanchez with a 42.9. And a few more classes as this Camaro gets pulled through the 10A, 10B complex. Everybody get your cameras out, get your phones out, and take pictures of this awesome car. Unfortunately, it's being pulled by a flatbed as we get the GTX class of Ray Guerrero in that Pikes Peak Hill Climb Porsche, the only car in that GTX class. But give a shout out to that Dussault Camaro as it gets pulled up and over the hill here at turn number 11. That brings up the max effort class, including that Camaro of Mike Dussault. The fastest lap of a 23.9.
And it looks like we have Jackie Ding starting a flyer, though. Jackie Ding decided to come out while that car was being towed in, did a warm-up lap, and started a flyer. He did a couple while it was out there, but none of them were at speed, obviously, because there was a car on track. But this is the first lap I see him actually coming down 12 in anger, so let's see what he can do now.
Always good to see him get back out there. A little curious with the safety vehicles on the track, screaming by him in turn 11. You just want to make sure that everything is safe there, especially as you start your lap. But I know that Jackie is a good driver, and I'm sure that he was able to evaluate that situation.
Yeah, you could tell he was waiting down the back straight because he came down 12 right after both of them had gone past the last chance pit entry where the line goes from white to yellow. Dussault and the tow truck were about 10 feet past it, and then all of a sudden Jackie's at wide open throttle down 12. He did a good job of figuring that one out.
See what kind of lap he can put down here. I believe they're going to be probably coming through the turn 6, turn 7 complex and go down the back straightaway, maybe even enter the brake zone right about now. So see what kind of lap time that this Toyota Supra can put down. Remember, already reset that class record earlier today, so we're going to see if a low 25 can pop up on the board.
He lifted. I don't know if you saw that, but he was completely sideways out of 10B. He went into 10A carrying too much speed, and in 10B he just slid all the way out to the side of the track. The car was just completely sideways attitude-wise, so you could tell he was really pushing it, but I think that's probably going to be the end of his session if he's already completely sideways on tires. He does have time to cool it down, though, and possibly go for another. We'll see if he goes into the pit or if he goes for another lap, but he was carrying a whole bunch of speed into 10A, 10B, and he made 10A, but I think he didn't continue to slow down for 10B to get the launch off. I mean, you tell me, you've spent laps here much more than I have. Are you throwing away the middle ground of 10A, 10B to get a good exit, or are you trying to carry speed through the whole thing?
Are you talking about to set up a lap or
on the lap? So when you're exiting 10B towards 11, he was completely sideways, right? What are we doing? Are we using that short little area to just bleed speed off, or are we trying to carry speed through the whole complex?
It depends on the vehicle and the capabilities of it. You should be threshold braking into turn 10A. You should be carrying the brakes all the way in towards apex. If you're off the brakes before you reach apex, you braked too early going into turn 10A. And then really it's the attitude management between 10A and 10B. So you have to read the car, whether it needs a little bit of weight on the front end to help set the nose in 10B, or if it just needs to roll through and then just kind of roll onto the gas as you approach 10B to really get the squat and the power coming off of the corner. I think in the higher horsepower cars, that should probably be your goal, is threshold brake all the way to the apex of turn 10A, and then roll onto the throttle as early as possible, probably at turn in of 10B, and then you should be squeezed onto 100% throttle by the time you reach apex, because if you're not at 100% throttle by the time you reach the exit, you're losing a ton of time. So I think that in between A and B of turn 10, it is up to the driver to read the vehicle and what it is doing, and then capitalize on the exit.
Yep, there you go. That does make a good point. You can see here the actual paddock behind and around Formula Drift is really starting to fill up. And there is proof that we did have excessive rain right before the event started. It's hard to tell people that we were dealing with rain. Our plane literally circled Memphis for an hour and a half because it wouldn't land in Atlanta because it was raining so much. But there's that one pool we got, guys. This is a beautiful view of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta out here in Braselton, Georgia. Looks like this session has been checker flagged. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go take our break for lunch. We are at lunch from 11:40 till 12:10. It's 11:38 right now. So from 11:40 till 12:10, we are going to be on lunch. What are you looking forward to when we get back, Joey? What do you think the story will be?
I think it's going to be a repeat of yesterday. And the best part is we got people in the grandstands. It's a traffic jam getting into Road Atlanta right now to get your parking spot. So I think these people have showed up to not only watch the drifting, but also watch Global Time Attack. And from what we learned yesterday, all of the cars got faster after lunch. That is what I'm expecting to see.
Be ready to catch us at 12:10, and we will go ahead and take our break now. Thanks for watching so far, guys. For you guys in the paddock, ready to go back out, get your lunch on, go to the cafe out here. Make sure you stop by the Global Time Attack booth, talk to Shannon. She'll put you in some good swag, and we'll catch you in about half an hour.
Motorsports で得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。Beyond the Revolution. The concept is racing.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術、すべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
All right, and here we are back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Braselton, Georgia for Global Time Attack. 13th year here with Drift Atlanta Formula Drift. We took a quick little 30-minute break for lunch and we're back for the final session of the day. This is going to be hot from 12:10 to 1:20. We'll do our awards at 1:40 and then that event will be done. Currently, we have 2 records broken. The street rear-wheel drive and overall record has been reset by Jackie Ding, and the enthusiast front-wheel drive and overall record has been reset by Robert Rushton. Mike Dussault is 2/10 off of the max effort record. He actually broke an axle. That's what happened. That's how we caught him in the shade. Joey, I was talking to a few people out there, and it looks like quite a few people are getting near the end of being able to run. Robert Rushton has used all of his consumables, no more tires, the brakes are going. He says he's given all the car can give, but I feel like we're still going to see a few lap times drop here.
I think so, and a little bit unfortunate to see the Camaro have a mechanical failure. I know a lot of people out there wanting to see that thing rip around at 190 miles an hour, but I'm not surprised. You know, when you put 1,000 horsepower down to the ground and you're jumping up over the curbs in turn number 5 there, an axle can definitely be a common failure point. But you're right. I think when we look at the rest of the drivers and the rest of the cars that are going to be going out there, I expect to see lap times continue to drop. Yes, it has warmed up since this morning, but ambient air temperature still shows low 70s, so it definitely feels a lot warmer than what the air temperature is actually providing in terms of cold air for these motors to produce. And I think we're just going to continue to see good lap times, and just like yesterday, probably go even faster.
Yeah, and with the cars already out there hot on a hot track, we have Javier Torres followed by Mark Matchak, Brandon Luthi, and then this is the car that did the spin, by the way. It was Druv Bazaar. I was correct. I was incorrect the first time I said it, but it actually was Druv Bazaar. He was the one that ended up backwards but not in the wall. So good to see he had it all figured out, and then we'll just go from there.
See if there's any new problem areas around Road Atlanta. You know, it's been around for a little while, so I think we kind of got them all circled, especially from a day and a half of running already. Turn 1 has been a problem child. Turn 5 has been another problem area. You know, and then also, I guess today, Turn 3 had that little half spin that you mentioned, and the one car had the close incident down there at turn 12. What was that, one of the Supras that we saw go off there at 12?
It was that yellow Supra. I cannot remember his name off the top of my head right now. It will come to me while you're talking about something else. But he went off on 12 twice. Yes, Anthony Pearson. He went off on 12 twice. Once he was sideways and recovered and finished the lap, and the second time 12 was just his demise. But luckily nothing. Oh, rear diffuser splitter broken. He had a hard off in 12 right there. Let's see if we can catch it. He is sitting on the inside grass right now in 12. But if you look up, if we get a shot higher up, you'll see his diffuser's on the ground, his splitter's on the ground. If our camera guy can pan up and back up a little bit, he actually entered 12 from the wrong angle. He was like in between pit in and the corner, almost as if he carried too much speed, and that splitter just immediately dug into those curves and tore off of the car. If we can get a little shot higher up around where the 12 curbing starts, you'll actually
Probably
see
the turn 11 curbing, I think, is what you're looking for.
Well, yeah, exactly. The 11 outside curbing, right where under the bridge, you'll actually see where the car completely struck. See if we can get a quick shot of that. But it is nice. He is getting going again. But I'll tell you, that looked pretty scary.
Well, and I mean, you can see for the entire front bumpers hanging off, the splitters laying on the racetrack over there. You know, I don't think that there'll be any suspension damage. You know, some bolts might have gotten pulled a direction, so the alignment might not be perfect underneath that thing. And you see probably a little bit of smoke coming out from underneath, but I wouldn't be worried about that. That's probably more body work hanging or tire rub from that damage that he's got on the front end of that car. So I don't see any fluid pouring out of the thing. That was the main point that I was looking at as it went down the front straightaway. Looks totally clean in terms of fluid. To talk about that turn 11 exit curb, yeah, if you're way too far out, driver's left, it not only has the alligators to let you know that you're on it, but it actually drops off on the early part of that curb. So if you are far driver's left, actually kind of falls off in terms of elevation over there, and then that can be what causes those ride height problems.
And not only that, but how the car dug in. I think we are going to have to get track safety out there because the debris is still sitting on the track. The splitter and just probably a component that holds it in place is sitting on the track right now.
For any of you just tuning in or sitting over there in the grandstands in turn 10A, 10B, I think you'll see the wounded Integra come around here shortly, but just had the white Integra, I believe, of Javier Torres, the number 21, have a little bit of an off at turn 11, which is at the top of the hill. Basically, you start coming down the hill towards turn 12, the final turn on the racetrack, and he was just so far driver's left that the car dug in off of the grass, off of the curb, ripped off the front splitter, damaged the front bumper, and got to send some crew out there to pick up those pieces from on top of the racing line.
He did use a blade style splitter right there, nothing too crazy. Let's see if they get someone out there to just take that off the track really quickly.
And Cuban, from this shot right here, you can actually see the skid marks from where he's at, and you can see how far left he had that car on those curbs. And could be to set up for a lap. You always want to try to get a little bit greedy to straighten it out going to start your lap, or it just could be that got a little unsighted coming up over the hill of 11. It is completely blind coming up over the hill, and as you start to go down it as well, it's only finally once you get to the steady slope downhill that you get the vision back. So it could have just been a little bit unsighted and accidentally put the car a little bit too far driver's left.
Absolutely, and the good news is this is something that's really easily remedied. It probably ends his ability to be able to set another fast lap because obviously no front splitter has been destroyed. That's going to be a rough one, but no big deal. He'll get out there. He'll probably try to set another lap time, but it's going to be the end of his chance of setting a fast lap. They'll pull up all that debris. You can see the actual dirt at the very top of the screen to the right of the GTA logo. That's where the splitter started to dig in, and it lifted the front of the car up. You know, when it folds under you, that splitter is pretty strong because it completely took the front wheels off the ground.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, this is a great shot right here. Where the truck is, the curb is okay, but you're right. Right up there by the Global Time Attack logo in the top left of the screen, you can see the dirt on the curb. But not only the dirt, but look at how far that curb actually falls off on driver's left-hand side. So yeah, if you're over there, just a little bit of an unfortunate situation, definitely, and then just kind of tore up the underside of the car. But like there's no fluid, right? There's no fluid on the track whatsoever, so damage should just be cosmetic.
Yeah, and obviously whatever was ripped off underneath, things that are used to mount splitters tend to be mounted to stronger chassis points. So yes, when you have something like this fold under the vehicle, you run the risk of damaging a chassis point, but realistically, I think he's going to be fine. Whatever it is something he can repair. And you'll notice this car did not go back in. He's going to do a quick sweep to make sure nothing else fell off, and then he'll pull in one of the back sections of the track where they're usually sitting and waiting. While you're all watching at home, this is a beautiful shot of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The two final corners before you go down the back straight, 6 obviously being nice and banked. You can see it's open and you can carry good speed through it because of the banking. But 7, though it has a nice wide outside line, you're not going there. You're trying to carry as much speed through that apex to slingshot onto the back straight here. The hardest part is 7 is so slow and technical that you can cost yourself 5 to 8 miles an hour just depending on the kind of car you're driving, just by not getting good. And this is actually what happened. The reason we're still out here, as you can see, is they're actually having to flatbed that car. So whatever tore off of the vehicle did more damage than we thought. He tried to make it all the way around, but is going to have to be towed off the track.
I was just going to make the comment that if you're watching online on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, we're getting these awesome drone footage shots. And I spend a lot of time studying track maps and going over corners, and that's just part of the job, right? You got to get faster, so you got to analyze every single corner. And I'm pretty impressed with the elevation that this thing has got in terms of the footage. Now, I'm a huge aviation nerd as well, so I do wonder how high up this drone can fly, and because it's pretty much just the track map right here above Atlanta, and it's awesome to see these shots.
You know, it's all about the mood the drone pilot's in. We've also gotten shots last year of him actually being at track level and going under the bridge. I think he's playing a little safer this year, trying to get us some good aerial shots of what's going on. But you're absolutely correct. We have a good 40 to 50% of the track just sitting right in front of you. If he was maybe a little further up, you could see everything but 1 and 12. 10A, 10B right there at the top left, that nice complex that Formula Drift is using. And you can really see the parking area starting to fill up. That area in between the trees did not have any cars in it yesterday, which means here during the FD competition day, more and more people are coming. You can also see more cars running through their paddock and their skid pad. So it's definitely something where this gives you a much better feeling of what this track is like. It's difficult when you're here as a fan and say you're on the front straight, because all you see is a hill going up and trees. And then if you're over by 10A, 10B, all you see is the hill going down because the kink down the back straight is a downhill. All you see is the hill going down and then 10A, 10B. There's no area on this track where you could just sit and see a majority of it, which of course makes it exciting for drivers and makes it exciting for the people racing here. But having this nice aerial shot really breaks down how much of this track is out in the wilderness. It's only 2.25 miles, if I'm not mistaken, only 12 corners, but it's built in a way that it really flows inside this beautiful Brazelton, Georgia foliage.
And this is a perfect shot. You not only get to see the shortcut after turn number 5. We were talking about this earlier when one of the tow trucks took the short way back to the paddock, because typically in turn 5 after the S's, you take your left-hander there and continue down towards turn 6. But this is a perfect aerial shot to show you that the S's just connect right there to the back straightaway, pretty much the end of the back straightaway, making one long arcing right-hand turn. So theoretically, yeah, you can open up short Road Atlanta and still run it. And then we also get the shot of the motorcycle course down the S's, right? So in turn 3, you might look over there and say, what's that silly little chicane that's added on the right side? Well, that's for the motorcycle course. I know they use it for drifting sometimes as well, depending on kind of what they're doing out here. But that's just to slow those motorcycles down so they're not going too fast by the time they reach the bottom of the S's. And then over on the other side of the racetrack down there by 10A and 10B, you get the drift track down there, the little skid pad. So it's really cool. This is an awesome drone shot to really show this entire facility and the red Georgia clay. So, looks like we're still just cleaning up the car, and we should be getting going here, green flag shortly. But thank you for everybody sticking around. I think the flatbed is going through 10A, 10B right now, so we'll get all of the safety trucks back, pulled into the paddock or into their assigned little areas that they need to be, and hopefully should have green flag action. I mean, we still have about 5 minutes left here in group number 3 here, the first session after lunch. So we can still get these cars theoretically back out there to do some more laps.
This session, they're absolutely going to work on that. This is the final session for the event for these guys. We're about 15 minutes in. But there are some very important safety rules. If we have to flatbed a car, anytime you have to run multiple safeties out there, the cars have to come on track. It's just a safety thing. These procedures do exist for reasons, and it can be a little annoying for the drivers. Also, you could see from this drone shot at the very bottom that they had a little bit of oil dry on the track, and now they're blowing it out. The truck just got out of our line of sight going south right there, but they're using oil dry and then blowing that out. So this session may be dead, or we may extend it a little bit for them and then shorten the other two to make it fair.
And where that oil dry is, it's far driver's right on the back straightaway. Now, I can't see all the way towards turn 7. Maybe we'll get the drone to give us a shot all the way towards turn number 7 here. But as long as it's on the driver's right side, it's going to totally not be affected by the drivers going out there. Now, if it's on the line in 7, that's a little bit of a different story. But for the most part, it looks pretty clean and offline.
And it does look like they have all that. The back and forth, it's cool if you saw it down turn 1, it's oil dry, and then it's the blower truck. So they do as quick of a job as they possibly can to get it going.
Well, and the staff does an amazing job, too. I mean, the jet dryers, the oil dry machines, You can tell this is not their first day being a racetrack. They've pretty much seen everything that there is to throw at them, and still just getting it cleaned up. And yeah, from everything that I can tell here, it is definitely driver's right side on the back straightaway, so pretty much a non-issue. Just want to make sure the surface is good and clean.
We do have track safety leaving the area. The ones that went the other way, obviously, you're going to go to the cut-in over here. So we should have cars back on track ASAP.
That is exactly what I see as well, and I even see the safety truck going down the back straightaway with his foot down. Might be setting a new record there for the truck getting back into the paddock. Gotta love to see it. Everybody's in the mood of going fast.
This area right here, like Joey was talking about yesterday, if you're wondering why they're all parking spots, this is where all the rigs get set up for Petit Le Mans. This area right here during endurance races is packed. It's the entire infield. So you'll have cars packed in the parking, of course, but the entire infield gets packed from front to back. It's really incredible how many people and cars they can fit at this facility, considering the track itself is only 2.25 miles.
It's an amazing facility, and even though it's only 2-some miles long, you see very few fans all the way down here at 6 and 7, because it is a hike to get down there unless you got some sort of bicycle, scooter, golf cart to have wheels to wheel down there. It is definitely a long hike, not to mention all the hills that you got to get through. You got to go down towards turn 5 and then back up the hill down towards turn 6. So definitely a lot of elevation going on here at Road Atlanta, and I believe it looks like we might be green flag and cars back on track, Cuban.
It does look like it is a green flag. Hopefully we get some cars back on track so we can see what's going on there. And realistically speaking, these guys, they really just want to try to put down their fastest. It was 67 degrees when we broke for lunch. I can tell you that it's 70 now, but it does feel significantly warmer. It's a couple degrees here and there, but when I was coming back to the tower after eating lunch and talking to a couple people, you could feel much more heat than you could feel when I left the tower. A couple degrees, the sun is shining a little brighter. There isn't very much cloud cover, if any, right now in most of the major areas, as you can see from this shot.
One of the Honda S2000s coming down and through turn number 1 here. Start their lap, and look at how filled up Road Atlanta is getting down there at 10A and 10B. Everybody's showing up to watch some drifting, and little did they know they're also getting an awesome exhibition of speed here with Global Time Attack. This is the first run group after lunch. We still got 2 more run groups to go here, so already seen 2 class records. Can we see 3 class records fall today?
That's the goal. It's great to see 2 records fall at any event. It's not as common as people think.
looks like we officially have the checkered flag waving for this session here. It is going to be the final session for run group number 3. So as the cars come across the start-finish line, I think that's Alex Schwartz in the 693 car, going to be putting down a lap of a 139.1, and got to admit, some pretty cool flames out the back end of that S2000 as he was doing his shifting down the front straightaway. Got to look the part too. You can't just be fast. You got to look cool as well.
That's part of race cars. I'm pretty sure that non-liveried cars do not go as fast as liveried cars. So these cars out here that are going the fastest tend to look the best too.
And all these cars crossing the start-finish line, and then we'll get the official results. Not as many laps turned here in the first run group as we were expecting, but it was the number 145 of Devin Hoffman leading the group with a lap time of a 138.4. That was a street class car. Alex Schwartz came in second in the run group in a limited class car, though, with a 139.1. Mark Matiak in an enthusiast class car with a 141.3. Brandon Luthi with a 147.4, also in the enthusiast class. Druv back here with a 152.9. And then the final car, Javier Torres, that was the Integra that unfortunately had some problems, a little bit off the pace, and then had to get towed back to the paddock after having the front splitter of the thing kind of come dislodged off of the front bumper running over the turn 11 exit curbs.
It was very sad to see, obviously, especially because it was so early in the session. We were hoping it was as simple as a mechanical pull the splitter off and he could drive around, but sadly the car having more issues, leaking fluid on the track, he had to get dragged off. Those guys put in a lot of effort along with everyone else in this run group, so it does suck that their event ends like that, but they've all done great work. Devin Hoffman leading this session with a 138.466. Down to Javier Torres with obviously the issue that he had. We will have Group 2 Session 7 lining up, and they should be going hot soon.
Cuban, I got to ask you, since you are very well versed in the Honda knowledge, I noticed that S2000 out there in the run group, a very pretty green color. Is that a factory color on the Honda?
No, that is not. That is a gorgeous color. I would love to see more manufacturers come out with dark, deep greens. It seems to be something that's fallen out of favor unless you are an English manufacturer of vehicles. But it's something you're seeing more of. The Toyota Tundra comes in a beautiful green now. To see more cars come out with colors like that, I would love to see it.
I'm a little biased to a shade of green. My daily, the Explorer ST, I've got a silver spruce is what they call it, but it's definitely more of a green versus a silver. So yeah, I'm with you. I love seeing the variety of colors that manufacturers provide nowadays. I was talking about E36 earlier in the various different BMW chassis, and one of the colors that grabbed my attention way back when was the Techno-Violet colors in the early model E36s. So having those cool dark purples way back then was really neat. But really in the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of these OEM manufacturers kind of have opened the color palette.
Well, it is, and the best part about that is it just these beautiful colors. Manufacturers get to see them and go, wow, a lot of people are using this color in the aftermarket. Maybe we should throw a little bit more of it out there.
Watching these cars here in group number 2. So involved in this group is quite a plethora, can potentially have up to 10 cars. The baby blue BMW M2, that one is driven by Adam James. His previous fast lap this weekend is a 134.127. So we're going to see if he can keep up in the just kind of the tally here and keep dropping that lap time, because it wasn't until that previous session, Adam seemed kind of almost at a roadblock there, and all of a sudden he dropped it a second, maybe even more now.
He has been, and I don't know if it's just him knowing that this is the end right here and this is his last chance to lay down a flying lap, but quite a few of these drivers I know want to lay down at least one more. We have Kyle Gurney and Sean Bassett out there also. Michael Sims, obviously probably one of the faster guys here. Adam James has been finding speed. Wes Humphries is in that limited class AMG. Kyle Gurney in his Volkswagen, and then Sean Bassett in his max effort Datsun.
As the cars are streaming through their first timed lap, they always got to go out of pit lane, and that first lap is considered a warm-up lap, right? Because you haven't crossed start-finish line yet, so technically the lap time hasn't even begun. So you use that, get everything up to temperature, not just the car, but also the driver. Make sure you are ready, and then as you blast out of 10B to stand on the gas, really set up your lap going down the hill. And looks like Michael Sims is the first to cross the line with a 1:31.9 to start off the session. Adam James with a 1:37.5. So these first couple cars still warming things up.
1:31.981 followed by Adam James at a 37.532. Track is obviously still really good if Michael Sims goes out on his first lap and is immediately in a 31.
Volkswagen coming across the line of Kyle Gurney does a 37.8. So I think the general trend right now is the first lap, get everything more up to speed, up to temperature, but it really isn't far off of their pace in terms of that ultimate fastest lap time. I don't see them lagging behind by seconds. They're all kind of within about a half second, 3/4 of a second of their fastest lap of the weekend. So you're right, Cuban. I think that the speed and the racetrack is still very much apparent.
Well, and more than that, it looks like either they came with more sets of tires or they've done a really good job of keeping these tires under them, because you're seeing cars still get significantly good lap times. But more than that, when we're out there around turn 7, you're not seeing people really slip and slide. With Michael Sims at a 31.883, about a tenth faster, so the consistency is absolutely still there. The car's not falling off yet, but you're not seeing people slip and slide into 6 and out of 7.
See the BMW M2 come across the line of Adam James, that street class car. See what time and scoring pops up, a 34.5 that time for Adam James. So really right on top of his previous fastest lap. Get the Mercedes coming across, 37.7. So I think that West probably has another second or two, and just like what we were hearing, depends on the set of tires that are on the car. You know, if you used up your good stuff earlier, you might just kind of have to live with what you got right now. As Sean Bassett comes across a 34.1. So that trend that we saw before lunch, that 240Z came out hot that first lap, was able to back it up with the second lap, albeit slightly slower, and then the third lap was just a bit slower than that. I'm curious if that's going to be kind of the same strategy that we get out of that Datsun.
And, you know, when you're talking to him, he's not really the kind of guy to back off as much unless he feels he didn't have a good lap or ran into an error. But a 33 to a 34, let's see if he can get it back down into the 32, 31s. Adam James with a 34.591, that's a good pickup on his first lap. Wes Humphries still staying in the 37 range. And it looks like Kyle Gurney did a 37 on lap 1, but a 48 lap 2. I feel like he's going to cool it off and go. That's what he's been doing for most of these sessions. Here we have Adam James in his street class BMW M2 coming down the front straight. Let's see if he can go fast 3 in a row. He did. Picked down to a 148.
And talk about agonizingly close. His previous best lap, a 34.12. That lap, a 34.14. So 0.02 of a second off of that goal, but that's one of the cars that's a little bit more consistent. It doesn't necessarily need to take a break and cool down. I feel like Adam can just keep turning it up, keep driving at 10 tenths, and as long as he keeps chipping away a little bit each corner, we might see that lap time drop down into the 33s.
It's so close that you know that he wants to get it. I'm not sure if he has a lap timer in the car. He may just be basing it off feel, but it's so close knowing that you're 2 tenths off your best lap for the entire event. You just want to push a little further to get there.
Not even 2 tenths, 200ths
You
of a second.
Nailed it. You actually corrected me. I thought it. I said, wait, I said tenths. You're 100% correct. And what's crazy is you can't even quantify what 200ths on a lap is, right? Is that he went 0.1 miles an hour faster through a corner somewhere?
And if you tried to measure it, right, in distance, you're arguing over millimeters at that point. Like if you lined them up on the start-finish line, what does 2/100ths of a second equal in that lap time? And I guarantee you probably couldn't even see it visually. So we're going to see. Let's keep an eye on that baby blue BMW M2, and we're looking for a 33 out of him. He just crossed the line. Previous lap time was a 34.14, and this was actually a cool down lap. This was a 43.0. So what I said about the car not needing to take a break, it could have been that Adam blew a corner and that he decided, you know what, let's throw this lap away. Or it could simply be that he's proven me wrong out here and cooling the thing down.
Absolutely. He was not really doing many cooldown laps, but you know, to have a 10-second delta, it screams more that he probably made a mistake mid-lap. Usually you'd see a 15 or 20-second delta on a cooldown lap because you'd want the engine to cool down also. Tires and brakes don't get hot on the straightaway, but you also don't want to be 10 tenths on the throttle when you're cooling a car down because you want intake air temps to drop, you want coolant and oil temps to drop. So that's probably more indicative of he made a small mistake somewhere, knew it wasn't going to be faster and cooled it down. Meanwhile, Kyle Gurney with a 37.784, that is going to be his fastest lap of this session.
Doing a great job pushing that Volkswagen to the limit here, and I do have a little bit of Volkswagen experience around this racetrack. Got to race the Volkswagen Jetta TDI Cup way back, gosh, what was that? That was nearly 15 years ago now at this point. So a little bit of a different generation Volkswagen than what we're watching out on the racetrack. Adam comes down as he just crossed start finish, 134.89, so not quite into that 33-second bracket as he goes charging off down into turn number 1 again. I think he lifted off going into turn number 1 this time, so this might be another cool down lap for Adam. We still got about 10 minutes here left in the session, and then after group number 2 ends, we still have group 1 to go. And we're going to see if any of those big-time cars come out. Maybe see if Jackie Ding goes back out there in that Toyota Supra. Even if he doesn't go after that record that he already rebroke, maybe we'll see a little bit of showboating down there in 10A and 10B for the fans.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen it here on track. There was last year in the final session a couple drivers that actually kind of lost control into 10, got sideways, and decided to hold that through 10A and 10B and, you know, give the Formula Drift fans a little time attack drift before they got their big boys out there. They do get to watch some of these cars. I'm not going to lie, if I was sitting out there waiting for FD, the last thing I would expect is a baby blue M2 just sending it on the track right now. This car, on the other hand, this beautiful GT3 RS, this is something you would always expect. He came into the pits, he cooled it down, talked to his team, and now he's going to try and lay down 1 or 2 more flying laps. His fastest of this session is a 31.883.
Watch these cars as they rocket up the hill and keep doing laps here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Got that BMW crossing the line again, and just as I kind of expected, a 1:40-second lap time, so definitely took the opportunity to cool down the car, and I just watched the attitude of it going into turn 1. Definitely had the thing leaned and loaded up on that left side on another flyer, so doesn't get too aggressive in that turn 3 apex area, and we'll just see what this lap puts down for that number 509. That might be one of the corners that he might be able to circle, and if he's running either a data logger, probably not so much a data logger, but at least a GoPro, like a video camera, that he'll be able to go review the laps and say, hey, I could probably chop a little bit of time off of turn 3 if I'm a little bit more aggressive over that curve.
It's always the risk versus reward, right? You can go a little harder over 3, and then you can carry more speed, but make sure you don't carry too much that you use too much of 5, and then the car unsettles. You always have to look at everything as a big picture. Oh my gosh, I carried more through here. Now, does that mean I have to change my braking zone there, or how much speed I can carry here? But you're absolutely correct.
See what these cars can produce here in the closing couple minutes of group number 2, and then only have one more session after this with group 1, and then that'll be closing out the day for Global Time Attack. And at the award ceremony, remember, we already had 2 class records fall this weekend. We're going to see those big cars of Group 1 come out probably here in about 10 minutes or so. Got another 5-8 minutes left here in Group number 2.
Yeah, and I'd like to talk about something here that I haven't had a chance to really bring up, but while he's out on track, Mr. Kyle Gurney with his 137.166. Kyle Gurney is actually part of the Racing for ALS team. They have 2 drivers here on site for Global Time Attack this year. Rob Wilmoth in his Audi RS3 and Kyle Gurney in the Golf R. Racing for ALS is set up to raise funding and awareness for ALS research and has raised over $1.5 million to help find a cure for this terrible disease, using motorsports as a platform in only 5 years. The team holds nothing back to operate the cars, and every donation goes straight to patient assistance and research. The team will be back at Road Atlanta for Carolyn's Race, an HPDE event, to continue their mission to raise funding and awareness. If you guys have any questions, please check out racingforals.com. Once again, that's Kyle Gurney and Rob Wilmoth in the Audi RS3. These guys are out here racing for a cause. They're not just trying to go fast, but they're trying to make the world a better place. And to use motorsports specifically to raise money, it means the world to them. And once again, they've made it very clear, and they can show you the numbers. This money doesn't go towards the racing. They're racing out of their pocket. They're just doing it to raise awareness. All $1.5 million that was raised and funded through this went directly to patient research, and the fact that these guys are out here using a platform they love to raise money for a serious condition is just incredible. So for all you out here in the paddock, go say hi to them, talk to them. Kyle Gurney is in the white limited class Volkswagen, and you have Rob Wilmoth in his Audi RS3, that beautiful liveried car. Make sure you take a second, talk to him, and go to racingforals.com if you have any other questions.
Watch that Volkswagen out there right now, because that is the driver that Cuban was just mentioning out there, and Kyle Gurney in that number 225, that white Volkswagen, actually, as he's just crossing start-finish right now. So it looks like Kyle is going to probably set up for another lap, or maybe bring it in here soon. That last time was a 39.353, so Kyle's still doing some great work out there. And while we were mentioning that, the number 1 car of Joshua Briggs, that's that Miata out there, was able to set his lone lap time of a 1:29.0. So that was the fastest car so far in this run group. Not quite faster than what Joshua has gone all weekend, but within about 3/4 of a second. He's definitely on a cool down lap right now on the back straightaway. I'm curious to see if he's going to bring it in, or if we'll get another flyer out of that Miata.
Joshua Briggs did lay down that 129. He came in twice. He was not yet able to lay down a hot lap. Something was going on, but this is now his second one. It was a 218. Now that's the kind of pace I'd expect on a cool down lap. You go from a 130 to like a 2 to 215 because you can really cool the car down. I'd love to talk to them to see if they were having some kind of electrical or gremlins in the car, because he would do a warm-up and immediately come into the pits. But today they really got it figured out, because every time he has done a lap, it has been fast. Now Joshua Briggs is on a flyer. The checker just went out, but if he is able to finish this lap, and it does look like he is slowing down. He is going slow down the S's. So this is going to be the end right here. We have Kyle Gurney going across start finish for the last time of this session, racing for ALS, a fantastic organization. We're going to have Group 1 Session 7 start to get lined up. That'll be Group 1 Session 7.
We get the official results up on the screen for everybody. It was Joshua Briggs, the car and driver we were just mentioning in that Miata, with the fastest lap time of a 1:29.0. That is in the unlimited class. And then comes Michael Sims in that white Porsche, the number 11 car. That is a limited class car. 1:31.8 the lap time there. Sean Bassett in that pretty dang cool max effort class Datsun 240Z. That's the one with the big old intercooler with Garrett painted on the front of it. Ends today with a 1:33.0. Adam James in that sweet looking BMW M2, that blue street class car, with a 34.1. Kyle Gurney, who we were just mentioning out there in that white Volkswagen, ends up today with a 37.1. And then Wes Humphreys in that Mercedes ends up at a 1:37.5.
Good lap times to end the day. I hope they're all happy with them. I know Joshua Briggs is going to be happy. I don't know if that's the time he was chasing, but for the little hiccups they had to come back in and lay down a 129 at the very end, that's fantastic. Kyle Gurney ending the event with a 137, or ending the session with a 137. Michael Sims at a 131.8. I think whatever he laid down, he's happy. He didn't see himself to be that fast in this car. We all knew he'd be fast. He knew he'd be fast, but the fact that he'd never done a lap here, it's incredible.
So as we get the cars gridded up here, I see a couple of them over there on pre-grid waiting to go out. And for everybody in the grandstands, I believe it does include that red Toyota Supra of Jackie Ding. So get your phones out, get your cameras out. If he's going to try to go for another flyer, it is going to be here. And if he's not going to go for a flyer, you know he's going to put on a show down there for everybody. So just make sure you got your butt in the seat and you're watching these couple of cars that are about to get the green flag here in the matter of the next few minutes. And just always want to give a big time shout out to all of the partners involved here with Global Time Attack, and definitely includes Garrett Turbo. If you want to go fast, make sure to go check them out. Ray's Wheels, always some of the coolest looking wheels that you can put on your car. And Link ECU, that engine management, making sure everything is in tip-top shape and running perfectly. And then also all of that cooling from CSF, basically the ultimate performance in cooling, whether that is various coolers, radiators, whatever you need. CSF has definitely got you covered. And Cuban, to get a little bit more personal into the Honda collection, maybe, how many sets of Ray's wheels or Volk wheels have you owned?
Three, and then I'm two, actually. I apologize. Two. A set of TE37s on the Tundra that actually came with the truck. I'd never want to tell you I bought them. I'm not trying to flex like that. The truck I bought had a set of TE37s on it, and on my Integra are a set of Ray's 57 C's. I'm trying to remember which ones they are because they're a special edition one with engraving, but I'm sitting on 2 sets of Rays. I am a very Japanese fanboy, so I have sets of other wheels I've owned, but I got to get more in my life. I think 2 sets is not enough.
It is not. I got to go back to my import days. I don't have any more Rays wheels sitting in the garage right now, but one of my previous Subarus had a set of CE28Ns on it for a while, and it wasn't the CE. I want to say it was the LE28N, right, with the polished lip versus the whole matte finish. But technically, I don't want to say it out loud, but I had a few sets of wheels imported by the same people, Mackin, down there, but not quite the same name.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There's so many different iterations. The 57s I have are not the 5-spoke or 6-spoke like they would be. They're not the miniature TE. They're actually split spoke with the word Rays engraved into them. So I'm very upset I don't remember the actual name, but that's the life we live. I've actually had 3, by the way, but the other set were so incredibly old I can't even remember what style they were. We do have these drivers getting out on track now. This is going to be Group 1, Session 7. This is the 4th session of today and their final chance to lay down a fast lap. It's great to see Jackie Ding out here. Let's see if he can push that record even further to make it harder for the next guy to take away.
Since we were on the topic of those Rays wheels, I think one of the coolest sets of wheels that I ever got to sell was a set of TE37s, Cuban, and everybody knows the TE37, right? It's been around for a long time, but these were some special 15-inch, ultra-wide, low-profile. They had the ultra-low offset with the narrow hub. They were also ordered in that special magnesium blue. So it was going on an AE86 Corolla. And that was a pretty cool set of special order Rays wheels that we had to get imported directly from the factory.
I am a big Mag Blue fan. The ones on my Integra are Mag Blue. It's probably the best color they make in my personal opinion.
Get everybody out there on their warm-up lap right now. This is the final run group of the day, so there's going to be any more fast laps set down. It is going to be from these few cars as Jackie Ding in this red Toyota Supra crosses the start-finish line, the first to start their first timed lap.
He's just trying to beat his 125.678. He beat the 125.7 he was going for, but when Jackie's that close and he barely beats it, I'm sure he thought he had way more on the table. So that's going to be a 125.678 he's trying to beat. That's going to be Alexander Gallardo. He's trying to beat his 129.192. And then we're going to have Ray Guerrero, who's just trying to beat his 129.518.
The car should be coming around probably about turn 6 right now. Maybe going down towards that end of the racetrack. Turn 7 down there at the end of the back straightaway, and then soon enough, all they got to do is stand on that right pedal, the easy part, right? Just stand on that accelerator and go blasting down the back straightaway towards that 10A, 10B chicane. And then it gets a little bit more difficult where you really got to stand on the brakes, probably use all of that ABS that these drivers and cars have access available to them, and hopefully get the car stopped before you reach the gravel.
That's always the hope. And, it's standing on the loud pedal is the quote-unquote easy part. It's knowing when to stand on the brake pedal that matters. Jackie Ding just finished his first flying lap, and it's a 129.569. Let's see what this second lap does, because I believe he reset the record actually on his first lap last time, which is not necessarily the way he always does it. But, standing on the loud pedal in a straight line, I think, is why so many people say it's not hard to be a race car driver. But you ask anyone to transfer weight in the car or hit the brakes or threshold brake before turning, and all of a sudden they have no idea what you're talking about. Alexander Gallardo at a 32.875, and then Ray Guerrero at a 30.342.
It's a pretty nice lap out of Ray, actually. So that white Porsche, that one is modified specifically likely to go up Pikes Peak, so it's not necessarily ideal for a circuit per se, but there's lots of speed in it. In his previous fastest lap of the weekend out here was a 129.5, so a 30.3 is kind of knocking on the door. Maybe we'll see one of these drivers end off on a real nice high note to kind of cap off the weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure Jackie would like to end on the note of not only did he reset the record, he's going to put a stamp on it. That's what he wants to do. He wants to stamp that record. But luckily, no matter what, he gets to leave here today knowing that he took first, he reset the record. He also gets to leave here knowing that Alan Patton probably could have done it too, because Alan did a 25.893 before his incident. So I'm not saying Jackie got lucky. He absolutely put in all the work, but this is more work than Jackie's had to put in a long time to be the fastest super on track. And it's great to see other people develop and go at the rate of speed that he was. Jackie was at the head of the field. He had that first A90, most developed A90 Super out there for the longest time, and now these other drivers are doing exactly what they have to try and compete with him in this car. It's awesome that he brought it back out too, because if it wasn't for him, Alan Patton may have actually ended up winning here or resetting the record because he wasn't pushing the chase. Ray Guerrero to 29.068, now leading the session. A great lap time.
Yeah, that's actually the fastest that Porsche has gone all weekend, and actually a little curious about the number 86, and Cuban, you might be able to fill me in a little bit more, because I know that Jackie is out there doing laps, but they're a little bit off of how fast he's gone earlier, right? It was at 27s yesterday and then broke the record at a 25 earlier today. And then those last couple laps were a 29 and a 31, so either got a different set of tires on there maybe, or maybe just testing some things, but I was expecting maybe a little bit more.
Or the tires he was on are done, right? Like I said, he borrowed the tires off of Kyle McHugh's car after Kyle had his off-track incident. So maybe he has just used every bit of the tire that was left.
Watch the cars stream through that 10A, 10B complex. There's going to be nothing but more and more rubber being put down in that area of the track all day today. As we watch Jackie come down and complete another lap. Let's see what the third lap he does. And this was a true cool down lap. So this was a 144.8. I wonder if this next lap is going to be the one that he's really going.
Well, and more than that, remember when I told you this morning that temperature is everything to Jackie's car? Just technically, the temperatures his cars see, no car should be able to survive. Well, his fast lap was set at 63 degrees. It's 71 outside. May not sound a lot to these people, but this car sees IATs that are far too high, coolant temps that are too high. The fact that Jackie's car is still alive is mind-blowing to a lot of people, because though he had the most quote-unquote developed A90 Super track car, these other cars actually have better engines now, better cooling systems. Jackie hasn't continued to develop this car because he's now racing another car in limited class. He brought this one out as a what's the best way to put it? As a way to compete with his friends, the rest of PhD Racing, on a level playing field. Let's bring the A90 out. Let's see who has the fastest A90 between him, Kyle McHugh, and Mr. Patton. So it's great that they pushed him to come out here. It does look like Ray Guerrero is stopped on the side of the road. No skid marks that I can see that would make sense for him. So that just looks like he pulled off to the side.
Yeah, unfortunate to see the car off over there, and I also see the black flag up, and yeah, so that's going to kind of bring the cars back in, send the wrecker back out there, and maybe we'll get to see a few more laps. I got my fingers crossed here that we'll be able to send them back out there, and just kind of have to wait and see after we get this Porsche collected on that flatbread.
Absolutely. They are going to get someone out there. I am hearing from race control there was impact, by the way. We don't know with what, but there was.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, there was impact. So let's go over what's happened this session so far. Ray Guerrero did have the fastest lap time at a 129.068. We have Jackie Ding with a 129.569, and then Alexander Gauder a 129.806.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
They are going to work on getting him up and out of the grass. It is hard to see, but I'm guessing the damage is on the driver's side of this vehicle. This will probably conclude our event only because there was Jackie trying to lay down one more fast lap and Alexander Gallardo. We have about 10 minutes left before the event is done, and we go to awards 20 minutes after that. So let's go ahead and go over the standings for the event if we can. Let's see where we are from enthusiast to GTX. Right now this is Ray Guerrero and his GT2 RS. It does look like it's going to be front left collision damage. You can really see it from this angle. The hood or the bonnet is nice and bent upwards. We have Robert Rushton holding the enthusiast overall record at a 134.259. Taylor Maciak second with a 37.627. Mark Maciak with a 141.398. Brad Balcom with a 142.979, and Brandon Luthi with the top five at a 143.593. Street class is held by a 125.678 by Jackie Ding. That is an overall record and rear-wheel drive record. A 125.893 by Alan Patton. Sadly, his event did come to an end, but that's somebody that absolutely could have fought Jackie Ding for the overall. We have Anthony Pearson with a 128.857. That is the third A90, the one that came down 12 at such a high rate of speed, we thought that was the end. Kyle McHugh with a 33.335. That is a very strong top four right there. That's A90, 1-4. And then ending the top five was Adam James with a 134.127 in his BMW M2. Limited class being led by Michael Sims with a 131.141. Kevin Parlett with his fastest lap at this track in this vehicle, if I'm not mistaken, at a 133.901 in second. Wes Humphreys at a 135.598 in third. Rob Wilmoth with a 136.088 in fourth, and Kyle Gurney from Racing for ALS with a 136.314, rounding up the top five. Unlimited class, Ferris Kartumi at a 122.155, able to lay that lap down even though he was having fueling issues the entire time. Joshua Briggs in that K-powered Miata with a 128.192. Alexander Gallardo in his LS-powered 350Z at a 129.192. Javier Torres with a 133.691. And Jose Sanchez rounding out the top five with a 142.978. GTX class is this beautiful GT2 RS you see on track, a 129.518, Ray Guerrero. Hopefully he's okay. The car has sustained a little bit of damage. In the max effort class with a full podium's worth, we got Mike Dussault at a 23.953, Mr. 191 miles an hour himself. Johnny Sachowski with a 128.926, and Sean Bassett at a 31.255.
Looks like they've got the Porsche officially cleaned up out of turn number 5. So the safety vehicles are rolling down there towards turn 6 and turn 7, and theoretically, there is still time left to go back green flag. And Cuban, you can tell me here about the cars lined up on maybe pre-grid. I think maybe Alexander Gallardo still might want some track time.
I don't blame him. I mean, being by yourself at Road Atlanta, even if it's just for 5 minutes, that's a warm up and 2 hot laps. He may be able to set his fastest lap of the event at that 1 minute, in that 5 minute time. He's going to have, I would say, 5 minutes as soon as track safety is all the way around and back, because they are coming from 5. If they exit the track before or at 6, then they may just take the inside route to get it back faster. But right now, it looks like they're already going down the back straight. So he may have about 5.5 minutes. We're 14 minutes into this session. We do end at 11:20. I'm sorry, 1:20 on the dot. So we would have to see exactly when he comes in. But there's a good chance if he goes out and sends it pretty hot, he has 2 complete hot laps he can lay down.
Let's talk about that car a little bit, why don't we? So Alexander Gallardo in that black Nissan 350Z. He's in the unlimited class. His fastest lap time all weekend so far is at a 129.1. His fastest lap this session so far is at a 129.8. So he's sitting about 3/4 of a second off of his fastest lap of the weekend. And with a couple minutes remaining, he's going to have an opportunity to go out there and try to beat it.
That damage is pretty good to the front end there. Obviously, the beautiful part about this is that is a GT2 RS Club Sport, which means it is a Porsche-supported vehicle. You can call Porsche Motorsports and buy all those panels all over again.
And it looks like we got images of that 350Z rolling out onto the racetrack here, and just as you were saying, clicking over about 15.5 minutes into this session, so got a good 4 minutes or so remaining, and depending on how nice Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta staff and flaggers are being, you might get 1 extra lap out there if your car sounds cool enough and they like what you're doing out there. So we're going to see if Alexander Gallardo can warm it on up and then put on a show for us.
Well, that is the hope, because this is going to be his track. It will be his chance to lay down as many laps as he can in this next 4 minutes now. The track is green. It's 16 minutes in. He has until 1:20 before that checkered flag comes out. So hopefully he's been told if he wants to lay down 2 flyers, he's going to have to really get up to pace quickly. If he just wants to lay down 1 last lap, he could lollygag a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't want to harp on it too much. It was a little bit of a shame there for that white Porsche that just had the incident, because Ray was doing such a terrific job, had just set his fastest lap at a 29.0 out there. So definitely not how Ray wanted to end the weekend. Hopefully they can draw back on some data and some video and at least learn from the weekend, and maybe even learn from the incident on what to do next time if you're stuck in a similar situation.
Well, and more than that, it's it's his first event in that car. So for him to continue to push it, I mean, we all know you keep pushing something enough times, you're going to run into a situation where you might get a little bit past where the car needs to be. The hope is always that you can catch it and correct it, but at the end of the day, things do happen. Luckily, he'll be able to take care of that. Now, on the other hand, it does look like Alexander Gallardo came around with pace. He passed start finish line at 17:10, 17:15. So he has 2 hot laps in this car, no problem.
See what they can do as Alex heads up and around the turn 3 area. Go down towards the S's of Road Atlanta. Probably the most iconic area on this entire racetrack is those downhill S's, and then go off towards turn number 6 and 7. Seen a lot of problems out of turn number 5 today, including that Porsche we just saw. But then once you come out of turn 7, that slowest corner all the way on the other side of the racetrack, you put your right foot down and it is hammer down until you got to stand on the brakes at the end of the straightaway.
Well, let's see him. He's hammering it down right now. He's going to go into the kink down the back straight. And then this is going to be one of the heaviest, if not the heaviest braking zone he will deal with on the track. He's going to make it through 10A, 10B, right there where the Formula Drift is. Look at those fans just getting together. To him, it probably looks like they're all there just watching him, which they are, which is great. And he's going to go through 12. And it sounds like he lifted. That was his 1 hot lap. He did not want to set another one. He's in the middle of the track right now. That's going to be it. Oh, and they checkered it for him. I'm silly. I should have known that. So that was a 1:31. It was a couple seconds off of his fastest lap. That is going to be the end here at Global Time Attack Road Atlanta, our 13th year here with Formula Drift Atlanta. It's been an incredible event. To all of our competitors, to all of our fans, to everyone watching online, and to everyone that's here in the paddock with us. Thank you so much for being here in Atlanta with us. For those of you watching, we are still going to stay live for 20 minutes until the award ceremony. It is 1:20 right now. We will be going out with the award ceremony at 1:40, and I will be taking care of that. But Joey, tell me what you got out of this event. How did you think it went, and who do you think came out on top?
I think that all of these Global Time Attack events, they just keep getting better. You said year number 13 coming here to Road Atlanta, and it definitely shows. You know, we kicked off 2024 with Super Lap Battle over there at COTA, and then we come here to Brazelton, and we have 2 class records fall. You really can't ask for much more than that. Maybe we could ask for a 3rd class record, but it was that Camaro, that Dussault Camaro, that just couldn't quite get that last couple tenths out of it. It was right there, but when I look at the event as a whole, I love seeing all of the competitors. I love seeing the fans fill the stands today. I think Global Time Attack is a very special place to come and compete.
I agree with you. I've been watching it, a part of it, since basically the beginning. They sucked me in to somehow get me to work for them, and it makes sense because having me around the paddock not working for them is probably really obnoxious. I want to give a huge shout out to the GTA staff, Revolution, who does all of the live stream for us, Raise Wheels, Link ECU, CSF Radiators, all of the staff that comes and does everything that they've been up to. There's quite a few people from the backside I want to mention. There is our fearless leader, Jason Deanhart, Amanda Deanhart, big photographer, Matt Viramontes, Jack Thomas. These guys are doing great work, both in photography, Jack with marketing. These guys have made sure that this event gets on and gets done for all of the fans. Stick around, about 19 minutes, we'll have the podium ceremony going. And for all of those you watching online, thank you so much for sticking with us. Just a few more minutes for all of you here. Thanks for talking to our drivers. Make sure to go meet Shannon in the GTA tent for any merch you're looking for. And I hope everyone has a great rest of their weekend here in Brazelton, Georgia. And to everybody watching live, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your weekend.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術、すべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.